Test.
Mic test, 1, 2, mic test.
Okay, thank you for your patience with this. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office 5 p.m. Thursday before the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. Public comments will be allowed during each agenda item. Public comment should be limited to the item at hand and per the commission rules of procedure, should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to the motives and personalities. I will now call this meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee for September 30th, 2024 to order. I'll ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns,
Here.
Stites, Townsend,
Here.
Burrows.
Aye. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, committee. I will ask the clerk if there were any revisions to tonight's agenda.
Yes, there are 2 revisions to tonight's agenda. We are adding item number 4 to the committee agenda and removing item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Committee, that leaves us with 3 action items for the evening. So our first order of business, though, will be approval of the minutes from September 14th, 2023. If you need a second or two to review them, please let me know. If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from September 14th, 2023.
Move to approve the minutes as submitted.
Second. We have a motion and a second for approval. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns, Stites, Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to our first action item, and that's a resolution amending our master lease agreement. And I'll recognize Shelley Knieven, our Chief Financial Officer, for presentation and remarks. Debbie Johnson. So Debbie, please, you have the floor.
Good evening, Commissioners. Debbie Johnshire, Deputy Chief Financial Officer. We're here tonight to ask for approval of a resolution amending our master lease agreement. The previous agreement was authorized earlier this year. It went to the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee in April and then was approved by the full commission in May. The reason that we are asking to amend is that we've determined that we had left off some mowing equipment on the lease finance amendment that we submitted earlier this year. So what we've done is we've added the equipment to the list to be financed. It's listed on this sheet that's in your packet. The one that was submitted in May was for a total of $10 million on the lease finance. What we have done with this listing is we have gone through, now we know, usually we add we include the budgeted amount in our amendment, but since we now know the exact cost of some of the equipment, we went ahead and modified that to the equipment, and we've also added the mowing equipment, which was for a total of $426,800. So that brings the total for the revised amendment to $9,295,300.
Committee, any questions?
My question has to do with how often are these lease agreements made with Bank of America since we continually use them?
The last RFP that we went out for was in 2021, I believe. And so we're probably getting close. We typically go out for RFP about every 5 years. So we're probably getting close to doing the next RFP.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
A quick question. So like, you say every 5 years, you guys put out an RFP for the financing?
Approximately.
So what if, somebody comes in, says, hey, we can finance you cheaper? You still have to put out RFP, or you just like Bank of America, we're done with you, we're gonna go with these other guys?
It would depend on the amount. I believe that if we've had, and legal may be able to weigh in, but I think that if a department is buying some equipment and the vendor offers to do the financing through them, maybe either with a trade-in or something like that, we have had that done. If they're not included in our lease amendment, then the department has to bring that back forward to be approved by the full commission, since it's outside of our lease agreement, which we have done we've done some of those agreements before.
So and then these are these a power lease?
Sorry,
Are they a power lease
a power lease?
that's leased to own?
Yeah, it's a lease purchase, yes. So yeah, we own the equipment when the lease is done.
Committee, any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if there were any written comments from the public.
No comments were received.
I'll ask if there are any hands raised by the public online who wish to speak.
There are no hands raised online.
Thank you. I will ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item. Let the record show no one stepped forward. I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve the amended lease schedule.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns. Stites. Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Item 2 has been pulled, so that takes us to item 3. And this is a resolution restating authority of the Unified Board of Commissioners to set overall policy. It is the clarifying the intent of the determination of meaning, and implementation of such policy as may be made by the board. I'll recognize a representative from Mayor's Office for presentation and remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. You have before you a resolution as stated by Commissioner Burrows. And of course, you may recall when this resolution went before the full commission a month or so ago, it was noted that the resolution merely outlines the authority that the commission already has when it comes to setting policy and interpreting the policy that goes before the commission. However, it was recommended that this resolution be adopted to clarify that policy development power. That's interesting. My phone hasn't worked all day. I think there's something wrong with Verizon, and it works now. But again, when this matter came before the commission, it was noted that you do have the authority, the ability to interpret policy and receive reviews by the public and by staff related to the interpretation of that policy. But it was recommended that you consider the resolution that is before you, which strengthens the understanding, if you will, that the Unified Government Commission is the final arbiter when it comes to the interpretation of policy. I can cite a number of examples where business concerns and residents have, through their negotiations with staff, reached an impasse as it relates to how that policy should be pursued and interpreted. This merely states that when you run into such an impasse, that we can freely tell the public, the developers, that yes, you can take this matter before the full commission and the commission will resolve that impasse. It does not encroach upon, and I know there are concerns about Chapter 27 that governs actions of the Planning Commission. There are there is at least the intent to review Chapter 27. We're engaged with the legal department now to do just that. But in the meantime, it is recommended that this resolution be adopted so that the public, the administration feels more comfortable coming before the Unified Government Commission to have you clarify the intent of policy, make policy, and interpret that policy. Again, I give an example. If you will recall, Bethel Community Center, Bethel spent millions updating that facility, expanding it, et cetera. And for better than 4 months, and it was a critical time because they needed to open before the holiday season, but could not receive their temporary occupancy permit because it was interpreted that they needed a certain kind of brick, even though our block, not brick, but block, even though their attorney interpreted the code suggesting that what they did met the code. We had some staff that reviewed and agreed with their attorney. Finally, our legal department weighed in, they reviewed, agreed. But it took 4 months to resolve that issue. And again, it would have been, in my opinion, better had the matter come before the commission to interpret, and perhaps it could have been done in 30 days as opposed to 4 months, 5 months. That's just one example. The other is for example, laundromat that finally had their permit to build at 18th and Minnesota because the staff interpreted the code in a certain way. They were hampered. And of course, the opening of Campers World, just to cite an example, that the staff's interpretation was that they needed something that there were various interpretations on. Well, since you make policy, and that's what the resolution before you states, that certainly you should be the final arbiter and the one determining what those policies mean. And so that's all this resolution represents, making it easier for those developers developing concerns to bring that matter to the commission and have you resolve what the policy means, what the policy intent is, and so on. So yes, you have authority. This clarifies and strengthens one's ability to come before the commission to have that interpreted.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Questions, committee? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Murray. I'm going to use one of the examples that you just mentioned. So Bethel, I don't recall that. We've had so many. But if this resolution is passed, how would the chain of events differ now? And why couldn't that entity have gone to our legal and asked for interpretation?
And Levert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. That question's been asked many times. I think it is because the architect for that development did not feel comfortable coming before the commission, and thus they continued to pursue a resolve of that impasse through normal channels. In hindsight, perhaps we should have pursued after 30 days. Let's go before the commission and have that resolved. They did approach legal. That's why we know what their opinion would have been had it been formally requested. And so, like I said, this resolution should make it clear, make it easier for those who run into that kind of impasse to come before the commission. But in hindsight, maybe it should have come before you after 30 days of negotiation.
But the entity like Bethel could still come before, did they ask for a legal interpretation from the unified government? And then because I can't imagine taking this very literally, that we would decipher it, or we do with the help of legal. Is that the difference?
Again, Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. Again, I am aware that they requested a legal review. I don't know that they asked for a formal legal opinion, and I am aware about the legal review because when this matter was finally resolved, I believe the county administrator reviewed the opinion coming from the applicant's attorney and requested information from our legal department. Now, again, I don't know if it was Jeff that did that review or others, but it wasn't formally requested to come before the commission. And what I'm saying is that perhaps had that happened, it would have been resolved sooner. It became very critical before it was resolved. But, and yes, it would be prudent for you when applicants asked to come before the commission to seek that kind of review again from staff and the legal department. But obviously you would not want to weigh in without such a review.
So this would give someone like Bethel in their circumstance an avenue to go more directly or come to us directly. And of course, we're going to rely on legal. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Burns.
The examples you use, Lavert, is just ludicrous. The way staff acted, you know. The wall of bureaucracy in this building is very, very thick. And too many times what staff does, and in those instances, that reflects on all of us at the commission. Most of the time, we are not even aware of it. And so there needs to be a line of communication, probably through the administrator, that in fact, if there are impasses like that, then they need to be made aware that they have another option, and that would be with us. It's just, you know, I hear this all the time. Well, you know, I can't get anything done because they didn't like the way I filled out my application. Well, come on, you know, make it user friendly. You know, it's very frustrating, and I get those complaints every week about that type of thing. And it needs to be rectified. And if that is what this resolution does, that's good, and that's fine. You know, to give you an example, when I was sworn in December, I was coming up, it'd be the middle, and I wanted to talk to the acting CFO about the financing. Oh, I couldn't do that without an assistant administrator in the room with me and her. And it almost took 2.5 weeks for everybody scheduled to meet. Mine was real flexible. I don't know about the other two. And, you know, once we got there, I wasn't intimidating the acting, and she answered all my questions probably within 10 minutes. And I was satisfied, you know, with the answers. But why I had to go through all that, you know, I just wonder, what if I went in my office and called her on the phone? You know, what's the difference? You know, but we're not allowed to do that. You know, I can't go down to another floor and talk to a department head without permission from the administrator's office. That's nonsense, you know. So the leadership needs to come from the administrator's office to rectify these situations, in my opinion. And I think what Commissioner Townsend is saying, what avenue do they have, you know, to do that? Well, if they get denied by staff for whatever reason, they need to know that they have an option rather than the whole thing going away or dying. Because, you know, what staff needs to realize is what they do and say reflects on all of us. And that's what we're getting all the time. You know, sometimes people will ask me on the street, well, what about this development? I don't even know what they're talking about because I hadn't been informed of that development in process. So that line of communication needs to be open. And I think this resolution, I hope it enforces what all of us hope we can do as a commission. Thank you.
Commissioners Lopez?
I agree with Commissioner Burns. Now, I didn't know he had to go through all that because I wanted to talk to the acting CFO and or the intern. I just went through the front door. I didn't know we were supposed to go. I just went through the door and said, "Hey, we need to talk." But I didn't go in there stepping on toes either. And I'm not saying he did. Commissioner Burns did that either. But we should be able to walk to any department and find out, hey, what's going on? We don't need to go through 100 stepping stones. We just need to go figure out what's going on. And hoping this will put that back in play.
Jeff, Mr. Conway, are you the one that drafted the resolution?
I did, Commissioner.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
The second whereas, it talks about it says whereas the Unified Government Board of Commissioners pursuant to section 402 of Appendix C of the Code of Ordinances acts as a policy-making body only. Is that in the charter as only, or is that just additional verbiage put in there? Why not just truncate it as a policy-making body, parentheses, while the commissioner, I think that they're taking a hard approach as to what our responsibilities are only. I mean, words have meanings, and I kind of caught that when I circled it in the resolution. So I was kind of curious as to how that word ended up there.
I'm not sure the only is in the original language, but I wanted to make the point that to juxtapose those two things, that the Board of Commissioners is the policy-making body. The county administrator is the head of the staff. And so all of the myriad decisions that are made, the minutia of all of these decisions ultimately are decided by the county administrator. And so those two roles are kind of joined in that same whereas, that the commissioners probably don't want to be involved in the day-to-day hundreds of thousands of different decisions that are made. And the county administrator is ultimately responsible for all of those staff decisions.
The purpose of bringing that up is I know it talks about the county administrator acts as the administrative head of the unified government, but nowhere in there does it says does not create policy. But yet the acts as a policy-making board, it limits what we do, but doesn't put the limit on the administrative position. That was just something that caught my eye. The next point I want to bring out is my interpretation of this, it just reinforces and restates commission's authority. And but nowhere do I remember reading in the charter, and listening to the comments from my fellow commissioners, I don't remember seeing anywhere in the charter that states that we cannot talk to staff without the administrator's approval or without administrator requesting that time with the individuals. And I'll just give an example. I needed to have my phone. I bought a new phone a couple of weeks ago, and I needed to have the certification to recognize my IP address on my phone. And I was told that I'd have to make an appointment. I mean, I'm trying to carry out business here, and I have to make an appointment to get that done. And I had to comply with their time frame. That just surprised me. But the directing and implementation, interpretation of the unified government policies, resolution, and ordinances duly adopted by the board is our responsibility. But nowhere in the charter do I hear that we, or seen in the charter in our review, that we have to go through the administrator's office to even talk with staff. And I think that's the point that many of us are getting to. And so I think that's the purpose of this resolution, to restate that if they're going to be making decisions on policy and we have questions and we can't get that, we set policy. And I think that's all we as commission have requested to have the opportunity to do, is allow us to do what our elected responsibilities are. So if committee, if that's not what the discussion has been, please clarify, because I'm speaking for myself only, but as your chair, I want to ensure that your concerns are addressed also. Okay. Yeah, Ms. Knieven.
Shelley Knieven, Chief Financial Officer. I just wanted to know too. So I looked up the section 402 of the ordinances, and it does say the commission shall act as a policy-making body only. So it does have that only in
Okay,
there.
thank you for that.
And there's like the administrator does blah, blah. But I think that's probably where Jeff got it originally,
Well, thank you. Thank you for that
in
clarification.
terms of contacting staff or any of the other concerns that have been raised.
Thank you, Shelley. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So, Levert, thanks for the presentation there. You know, I was the one, Jeff, that sent that back month or two ago so that we could get a little more clarification on this. And I think that we've got there tonight. At the end of the day, whatever we can do to not have 4 months that somebody is waiting in limbo, somebody that's spending money in our community, developing, trying to do good things, and then they can't get an answer for 4 months, I think is a little bit ridiculous. But I do have just a couple questions. What would trigger the time frame when an impasse happens, right? If just for an example, I, the developer, go to staff and I say, well, I don't like that. And then they say, well, you're going to have to like it. And then is it a week? Is it 2 weeks? Is it 30 days before we are technically at this impasse, before I could go to ask to be in front of the full commission? Or what kind of triggers that? And once that happens, who sets it on the agenda? Because that would be something that the mayor would set, who controls the agendas. So could the mayor also then keep it off of an agenda if he wanted to?
Levert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. As I indicated, even though you have these powers already, this resolution is designed to make one feel more comfortable bringing their matter before the commission. Thus, I mean, several times as we've tried to negotiate past the impasse, consideration was given to taking the matter before the commission, but there was some reluctance until this resolution was adopted. And so in terms of timing, we always give the developer the choice, you know, do you have time to go through the negotiation term, or is this so critical that we need to take this before the commission? And so there's no easy answer to that, because it depends on what whether or not there's a critical time frame that the developer is dealing with. Certainly, it's been my experience, if the developer is not pressed with time, they'll take that time and try to get it resolved through a normal course. But if time's critical, for example, on Camping World, there were determinations made that could have delayed their hard opening, and they had national figures coming to town. And so that had to be resolved. Fortunately, it was before it was brought before the commission. But had it gotten to that point, we would have recommended go before the commission to have this policy interpreted so that we can get beyond the impasse. But to answer your question, if this policy is adopted, I think we'll be more quick to suggest that as a remedy, not to encourage it, but just to make sure we don't achieve that ultimate level of frustration.
Well, I was at Camping World the day of, standing in the parking lot waiting for a piece of asphalt to be repaired so that a TCO could be issued, which was ridiculous. that we're talking about a piece of asphalt before somebody could get opened up on a critical timeline. But so I appreciate that. So as far as the agenda, how does it then get on the agenda or not get on the agenda?
Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. It would follow the normal course. As you know, it is prescribed through the charter ordinance, how matters advance to the full commission agenda and or the standing commission or committee agenda. And we would expect it to follow that course. Your resolution here states that the mayor could call for an item to go before the commission agenda. If in fact there is such a request, I'm sure he would do that. Now, and your question was, would the mayor hold things up so that it doesn't come before the commission? And as you know, the ordinance prescribes a procedure for the commission to bring it in advance items to the full commission and the standing committee. Don't expect, I mean, I think the mayor would push for the approval of this resolution to avoid those kind of conflicts and to make sure we're giving due consideration to our tax-paying public. And so it would be counterproductive to then try to promote something like this and hold it back from the commission.
Because I think that it would be, you know, if we're talking about a time frame issue, right? Time is of the essence. And then to say, well, we're going to have to send you back in front of ED&F or a standing committee, and then it goes in front of a standing committee, and then it either comes, you know, passes out of committee then to go to the front of full commission. You're talking about now, you know, another what, 30 days, you know, for that to happen. So I would think that if someone was, a developer was to go this route, that it's time is of the essence and that it probably needs to go on the next agenda for the next full commission or the one, you know, soon after. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Jeff, just to clear up a question for me. If I wanted to go down to Shelley's office and talk to her, could I just go down there and knock on the door or go in and ask for her?
Commissioner, you could, but I think the reason that there's some restrictions is that number one, staff has a certain amount of time and resources and things. So I think the idea is that if it runs through the county administrator's office, then there's the allocation of time and resources and things like that. So the other thing it gets a little bit tricky is if you come in and you're on this side of the issue and Commissioner Lopez comes in and he's on this side of the issue, what's the staff supposed to do? It puts them in a tough position. So the county administrator could sort through some of that first and then direct staff as to what would be the appropriate way to respond. I know that's not answering your question directly, but it's just a consideration.
I get that. And I wouldn't go to any office and try to intimidate anyone. I would go behind closed doors and talk my issue and that'll be it, but to wait 2 or 3 weeks to have that done, just plain stupid, and it's frustrating. And, so I'm not in violation of anything if I do that.
I don't believe so, but I mean, we try to help you out as much as possible and provide the information that you need to help you make your decisions as well. We're not trying to hide anything. We're just trying to navigate sometimes treacherous waters ourselves.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stites?
Well, I wasn't going to ask anything else until we start talking about walking into people's office and talking to them. You know what? I don't need the county administrator's office, scheduling a time for me. I'm 54 years old. I think I can schedule a meeting and talk with somebody and not have to have somebody else vet it or figure out when a good time is. I think that we're all going to be respectful of staff's time and not going to be wasting their time. But you know what, if I've got a question, I'll tell you, I've never heard of this before. Because if I've ever had a question, I went straight to them and I said, hey, I got a question. I've got the information. I was down the road. So maybe that is or isn't or was or wasn't against policy. But if I've got a question and I'm trying to work on something, you know what, I'm the one that went out there and spent a lot of money and time and got elected and to represent Wyandotte County. And if I've got a question by an for an employee that works for Wyandotte County, I think I ought to be able to just go directly to them and ask them and not have to go through a staff member to do that. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation so that we kind of know where everybody stands on it and kind of get your blessing, if you will, but to know that we're, you know, what we haven't done. And I'm not saying, hey, now everybody just open the door and take off and you guys can go willy-nilly do what you want. But, you know, again, I think that we're all respectful of everybody's time and won't abuse that.
Commissioner Burns.
Yeah. He's 54. How do you think I feel? I'm 72.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wakes.
I was just listening to Mr. Burrows regarding the telephone issue. Having to make an appointment to get your telephone issue fixed. That I know things may work a little different over here, but as a board member at BPU, when my phone didn't work, I didn't have to go through the general manager to get my phone fixed. I was able to call directly and actually go in directly. Didn't have to ask permission or anything. Just go in. And the thing is that the person that you spoke with, I would hope didn't really understand, first of all, who they were talking to, and second of all, how urgent the issue was. And I think that that may be a matter of communication. I hope that that's the case. But I would hope that that's not the type of government that we have here where, you know, elected officials have to get permission to talk to CEOs. Certainly, if there's a question that you want to ask, you want an immediate answer, you should be able to call, pick up the phone and say, hey, you know, what was the figure for this particular whatever, and get that question answered. I would hope that that were the case in all departments. No one should be stifled when it comes to doing their job.
If I may, I don't blame staff. I blame the process. The process is not conducive to building trust among employees and electeds. And I don't know where in the charter it states that we have to have approval of the administrator to talk with staff. But I know during my initial orientation 7 years ago, I was advised that if I wanted to talk with anybody, I had to go through the administrator's office during my orientation. And I have never been part of an organization that was requested of me. And because of that, I think it affects the working relationships of staff and electeds and of staff with additional issues that we might have with the public. It doesn't allow us to just get information. It struggles. I know I sit on the finance committee and I would want nothing more than to sit down and visit with my CFO to ensure that the data that I was receiving was timely and accurate. But if I have to wait and make an appointment to do that, that timeliness may be of critical importance to us in moving forward on a financial endeavor. So we interpret the policy, and I would just like to be mindful that we're all part of an organization here that is built on a structure. But before, when this comes before us, should we pass it out this evening, goes to full commission, I would ask legal to bring part the area within the charter that states that we have to go through the administrators before we can visit with staff. I'd like to see where in the charter that is being interpreted. And maybe that would be one of the first things that we can do as a commission is interpret, because we resolve that with this resolution, that we interpret what that states. So I would hope that should this move forward, that piece of the charter is brought forward for discussion and public comment that night for the full commission meeting. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll ask, are there anybody received comments from the public, Madam Clerk?
No comments were received.
I'll ask clerk if there are any hands raised by the public online who wish to speak to this item.
There are no hands raised online.
Thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. With that committee, I'd entertain a motion as to what we deal with the resolution. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. Before the motion, just one more question about the process. And I know from hearing the discussion that this is an intent to move process along with people who are working with the unified government. So my only, I guess, question at this point would be what the process would look like if we're trying to expedite things and there's a loggerheads between interpretation of our statutes and what staff may be interpreting it as opposed to a developer, for an example, is the intention to go directly to the full board or to come through a standing committee? Because there would have to be some kind of briefing to give us as commissioners some type of insight into what the issues are.
Is that a question you want to ask of me or you want to ask of legal?
Just throwing it out there, whoever would care.
That's what I was asking, about,
Yeah.
does it go to a standing committee? Does it go to on an agenda, or how do we get briefed about what's happening? Not to
Yeah,
interrupt you.
and it's not that I'm against the resolution, so this is just part of the process, and we may have to ferret that out at a later time.
If
I, for one,
Lavert Murray,
mhm.
Chief
Go ahead,
Economic
Lavert.
Development Advisor. The plan, as I understand it, is that when an impasse on policy matters such as this are reached,
Mhm.
that the matter be taken to the full commission for the full commission to interpret that policy. I don't think there's any resistance to taking those matters before the standing committee if there is time for such. Just remember that generally we're dealing with matters that are critical when it comes to timing.
Mhm.
And if in fact we can save time for that development to bring it before the full commission, it's imperative that we do that. However, if there's enough time to get through standing committee and then take it to the full commission, I don't think you'll see any resistance, but keep in mind, the intent is, as it relates to this, is to save time. Time is critical, time is money, and the development is waiting generally for that interpretation.
I would not want to see different things handled differently. Whatever we're going to do, I would want to see it handled uniformly. I'm just throwing it out that there should be, if it's coming to us, really briefed from both sides of the issue so that we have an understanding of what is at issue and how we can interpret it. If there is rule, law, regulation, whatever it is, or our policy. So, but I would not be in favor of handling issues like this one way one time and one another time. So I would move forward to adopt the resolution, but knowing that process maybe would need to be figured out. But I would move to adopt the resolution.
Wait, second.
We have a motion and a second. I want you to restate your motion. You were talking that way, Commissioner, and I apologize. I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, move to accept the resolution.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Before I go on, I know that I've seen a commissioner with a hand up. Commissioner Burns, you want to speak?
Yeah, my only final comment was, it should go directly to the administrator's office, then come to us with that. And it'd be up to him or the staff to inform him that they're not satisfied with what's going on and they have an option to go with the commissioners. You wait another month to go through another committee. I mean, this is what frustrates people. And it frustrates us too. It's just, seems like around here you have meetings to have meetings and you don't get anywhere, and it just takes so long to get it, simple things done. And all people want is good, responsive government. And we should strive to do that.
Mr. Wakes?
Yes, I think that what Mr. Murray was sharing was that the moment that it comes to an impasse is already gone through a process already. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Already gone through, legal's already gone through the process of being considered. And then when they recognize that there was an impasse, that's when they try to bring it before the commission if it becomes that necessary. Is that true?
Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. Yes, generally that's true. And I can assure you, if this is approved, there's already a project waiting to probably come before you in Planet Fitness because they're appear, and I can assure you, the county administrator is very well aware of what all of the issues are when these matters approach the commission.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Stites?
Again, the county administrator doesn't set the agenda. So that's what I'm trying to, because then there's a bottleneck here. If we're going to say, look, we're going to set this agenda or set this, they're at an impasse and it's going to go in front of full commission. Then let's just say it goes in front of full commission, the next full commission. But then the question is, then if that's what we decide, how do we get briefed of it? Are we going to find out the night of? You know, whenever they come up to do a presentation and say, hey, you know what? The UG wants this and we want this. You guys on the fly make this decision? Or because we're going to need some time to do our homework on it, right? But I don't think it should go in front of another standing committee. It already has, and it's already went there, and they're already at this impasse, so they're already frustrated that they're not moving forward with the development. And then we're gonna say, hey, let's tack on another 30, 45 days onto this. I don't think that's what we're after. So, I mean, if we're gonna do it, and we need to be consistent, you know, everybody, this is the process, but the county administrator doesn't set the agenda. The mayor does. And I mean, I think there's things that's got to be worked out. I mean, I don't know if we approve the resolution with details to be determined. I don't know how that works, but that's not very, you know, like building an airplane as we fly it.
Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor. Commissioner, I'm authorized to assure you that the mayor is prepared to follow that process. And I think he prefers that it go before full commission instead of the standing committee. So I'm not too concerned about the process as we've discussed that. And I think his preference is that it go before the full commission.
Mr. Wakes?
I was just going to add that, and I understand the frustration with that. The frustration is that the impasse has occurred. Impasse means two parties cannot agree. Okay, so there should be a recommendation from both parties that if this happens, we can accept this. And I think that is what should be brought before the commission. They have an impasse, but they agree that if this occurs, then they will both be able to agree with that resolution. I think that should be brought before the commission, so the commission will be able to say, okay, we got both parties agreeing to move this item along. They both agree with this. And I think that recommendation, that should happen between those two, arbitration happening between the two. And that particular resolution should come before the commission, as this is what we decided that we can agree with.
Commissioner Stites?
Yeah, I'm not okay with it being both parties have to agree. I mean, if one side wants to go in front of the commission, I know we don't need both of them. We're already at an impasse. So they're already butting heads, right? So if one or the other decides, and it wouldn't be our side, I wouldn't think, because they're not trying to do the project. It would be the developers that wants to come forward. If the developer decides that they want to come forward at this impasse process and come in front of the full commission, then that's what I'd be in favor of.
I do want to draw your attention to what this resolution is. It's restating the authority of the Unified Board of Commissioners to set overall policy and clarifying the intent that the determination of meaning and implementation of such policy may be made by this board. And so I think some of these are examples and conjecture that ultimately it just reinstates and reinforces the commission's authority. And so we have a motion and a second, no more discussion. At this time, I'd ask clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Much discussion. Thanks, audience, for your patience with us. These things are important. We want to make sure we get them right. The last item on our agenda this evening is item number 4 out of the 3. Remember, number 2 was pulled. It's the development agreement between Kansas Entertainment LLC. And it's the approval of a resolution approving the third amendment of the development agreement between the unified government and the Kansas Entertainment LLC. And I'll wait for everyone to get situated. Then I'll call on Wendy Green, our legal representative this evening, to give an overview and do opening remarks. And if we, I want to be respectful of our conferees and guests here this evening. If we could introduce ourselves as we go down the line, and there's only one microphone. Is there an opportunity to get another microphone, staff? I have 3. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, I see it now. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you all have an opportunity to speak without having to reach and everything. So Wendy, I'll start with you. You can do the introductions or have them introduce themselves as we go down so we know who we're talking with. Thank you.
Yep, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. I think that's actually part of their presentation is to introduce everybody that's here tonight. And we're here with an exciting opportunity that the Hollywood Casino has. They're going to do a presentation. What's before you is an amendment, the third amendment to the development agreement and a resolution. But before we go into the details of that, I think it would be better if they went into their presentation first to explain what those documents are about.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Good evening, Chairman Burrows and Commissioners. My name is Jeff Morris. I am the Vice President of Public Affairs for Penn Entertainment. We are part of a joint venture and partnership with NASCAR for Kansas Entertainment, which oversees the Hollywood Casino. You mentioned introductions, so I'm going to go down the list because some of us are on the dais and others are not. First, you have Todd George, our Executive Vice President at Penn for operations for Penn. You have Jeff Berger back there. Jeff, would you raise your hand, please? Vice President of Corporate Development for NASCAR. Aaron Rosenthal, our Senior Vice President of Regional Operations. He oversees the casinos here, Kansas and in the West for Penn. Patrick Warren, the President of Kansas Speedway. Lydia Garvey, our Vice President and General Manager who oversees Hollywood Casino. Myself. To my left here, Lavelle Walker, our Vice President of Development. And Michael West, the Head of Legal and Strategy for Penn. I think you got everyone there. So before we go into our full presentation, we thought it would make sense to sort of reintroduce Kansas Speedway and Penn Entertainment. It has been 12 years since we opened our property. So we thought we'd give you a little bit of background on what's happened over those 12 years. So I'll hand it first to Pat to talk a little bit about the Speedway. Pat?
Thanks. Most of you are probably familiar with the history of the Speedway. Started sort of in 1997 with International Speedway Corporation looking for a site. We opened in 2001. If you look at the 2002 Google Earth image there, you can see the track itself and not much around it. The Legends is starting to be built. 2023, you can see all the development that's filled in. And I think that's the result of a phenomenal public-private partnership, a series of public-private partnerships that we and others have had with the unified government. But we're proud to be the ones that sort of planted the flag early in Kansas City, Kansas, and have been tried to be a part of the city and the county since 2001 and before when we were built. So we hold 2 major event weekends a year. I want to thank whoever scheduled this for the one day after one of those weekends. So, but we had a successful weekend with the Hollywood Casino 400 the last 3 days. And we do about 250 events a year at the track. anything from Treads and Threads to the American Royal, to our major event weekends. And we've actually just opened this past weekend it's called the Ally Apex Club on level 4 of our suites, which is the first year-round hospitality area where you could hold a wedding reception or something like that in the winter. That's a very nice sort of upscale kind of area. For capacity is about 300 people. And so I think you're actually going to see that 250 go up in the near future. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about the track or the Speedway or NASCAR to the extent that I can, or I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Pat. So Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. Before I hand it over to our Chief Operating Officer, I'm going to share a little video that gives you a synopsis of the company.
Fun. It's where our story began. Over 50 years ago as racetrack operators. The nights, the wins, the thrills, the fun we had. And while times change, the fun, it's in our blood. Fun is growing a business with passion.
Todd George, Penn Entertainment. So a lot of what I was going to show you guys was actually covered much better than I can do it in that video. So quick summary, we have 43 properties across 20 states. Pre-pandemic, we were at about 25,000 team members. We're back to about 25,000 team members, but a little bit of a different mix. So what we've really started to focus on is the omni-channel strategy. So by that, I mean, much of our growth is coming from online gaming and the online sports betting. And the goal for us is always to take that database growth that we've seen, and we've been able to grow the database by about 4 million people company-wide, and then move that into our properties through entertainment, through food and beverage, through great gaming offerings. And this last weekend is a great example. Having the track there, am I getting feedback? Is that okay? No? All right. So I think the key for us is being able to continue to show this development, bring these brands together, and then also be able to highlight a lot of what we're doing. Our goal is to create more destination type properties. This is a key one right here, but that 31 million loyalty program members, that's where the growth is that we're seeing. So the video showed a lot of great data points, but caring for our people is paramount to what we are. And you can see the Newsweek, Time, Forbes, Bristol Associates. We frequently receive awards, but we worked hard for them, and we live our values each and every day. And we always attempt to promote from within. We always attempt to make sure that we are developing our team members for bigger opportunities, better opportunities, help their families. One of the things that I'm most proud of is there with the scholarship program. We just recently had our first graduates coming out of the scholarship program. We've awarded over $3 million in scholarships, and those are to the children of our team members. And many of them are first generation college graduates. So it's been a great several years here, not only in Kansas, but with Penn. And really, we've taken a fresh approach coming out of the pandemic, and that's our goal, is to continue that. Investing in our communities, that $8 million, that's a conservative estimate. It's not just the dollars, it's the hours. And it's getting our team out there helping with projects around the community and really giving back in those communities, dealing with not only our guests, but the businesses and supporting the businesses that support us. And then over 750,000 was donated company-wide in 2023 to veteran and military support focused nonprofits. So a few years back, we really started to focus on the veterans. We have a special group for hiring the veterans, but we also have a special loyalty program designed for veterans and special events around that. With that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
Aaron Rosenthal, Senior Vice President of Regional Operations for Penn Entertainment, covering Midwest, Western region. Quick recap. I know you're all very familiar with the Hollywood Casino Kansas Speedway as much as you are the Speedway itself. But recap nonetheless, the program started in 2009 as a partnership called Kansas Entertainment with NASCAR and Penn Entertainment, or International Speedway Corporation at the time. We opened February 3rd, 2012 with 95,000 square feet of gaming. When we opened, these are current stats. We have 1,533 slot machines today, 35 table games, 12 poker tables, an ESPN Bet Sportsbook, and 472 team members. We continue to reinvest in the property year after year with new slot machines. ESPN Sportsbook is a testament to our continuing to upgrade the food and beverage amenities as well, and constantly maintaining a fresh experience to the best that we can. So ultimately, through the end of the fiscal year in June, from inception, we've generated paid $290.6 million in payroll and benefits, $66.7 million in property taxes, $32.7 million in gaming taxes, and $14.8 million in charitable contributions. And I would like to point out, both through the pre-opening and to our operations today, we had pretty strict guidelines for what we had to meet for minority and local-owned business enterprises, and we exceeded each of those requirements and continue to exceed those today. In today's development agreement, again, I think you're all familiar with this. This spells out all of our contributions to the county very specifically on an annual basis of what we pay the different groups that we pay to and for, percentage of gaming revenue, and schools, the benefit to schools, social services, charitable and community activities, to the CVB, parks, recreations. So a very healthy and broad allocation of funds that, again, I know you're very familiar with to support the community, that we're very proud and happy to do. So we're here before you today to seek an amendment to the development agreement so that we can bring in a hotel to the operation that we think is finally the right time to do it. It's something we've contemplated from since before the casino opened, and something that we've gone back to every year to determine the feasibility of. And for a variety of reasons, the feasibility for us had not made sense, but it does now. We see economic development, future economic development happening in the area, and we think it bodes well for us to enable the development of a hotel. A concern we had previously is we didn't want to overgrow the room occupancy and have to drive down rates by lowering our rates just to fill the hotel with casino customers. We wanted to support the local hotel operators as well. So that played into our calculus to withhold on building it until today. But we think that there's enough demand in the market to absorb the current hotels under future development and for us to add a hotel.
Bell Walker, Penn Entertainment VP of Development. On this next slide, you'll see that we're going to go over the product. We're thinking of 125 to 140 keys for the hotel itself, with the room to expand. So we're not thinking of this as a one-time opportunity. If there is demand in the market, we will start to expand this product and think about it in a much larger capacity than it would exist in this first phase. It would be fully fleshed out with dining options, meeting space, and other amenities. We envision this being a resort-like experience to support our casino, to support the track, and to support the events that'll go on in this entertainment environment. And to accomplish all this, we've been looking at a third-party partnership. So a third-party in mind that has 65 properties across the US, has the expertise, has done many greenfields around the area, and would knock a partnership like this right out of the park. To give you a glimpse of how this would look and how we're envisioning the quality of a space, these are the room products, the exterior of the hotel itself, and you can see a lobby area in that top right. We are thinking that this would be flagged, so think Hilton or Marriott with between their select to premium type brands, so upper class. And I'll kick it to Jeff to talk through the new benefits.
Really quick, Aaron Rosenthal, Senior VP of Regional Operations for Penn Entertainment. Wanted to point out that these images are not of the hotel that will be built and it hasn't been designed yet. Flag hasn't been chosen, but this is illustrative of the quality of product that our partner that we're negotiating an LOI with does build. So while we don't have the hotel designed, fully scoped, we wanted to give you a sense of the quality that we're hoping to achieve.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. So looking at the new benefits, in addition to the benefits that are already included, I want to recognize as well, we are in the process now of also renegotiating our contract with the state. And within that, I can confirm, at least in our initial drafts and has been told to us from the state, none of the numbers from the state will change. The 3% that you receive from the state now through our revenues will be maintained. But in addition to everything that Aaron showed previously, we expect hundreds of construction and permanent jobs that will be created, new hotel sales, property tax revenues, the expected increase in gaming tax revenue because of the higher projected gaming revenues that with a hotel there and stays, and of course the one-time benefits from construction. And I skipped over, I think, one of the most important ones. We are opening up our development agreement from 2009. And currently, the amount of money that goes to charitable community activities within our outside of what we do independently is set at $500,000. Recognizing and speaking with folks here and staff, I know there's been some issues with how that money is allocated, and there's a foundation that takes fees and things, and looking at inflation and whatnot. We propose increasing that another $350,000. So on an annual basis, the county would receive $850,000 specifically for the community activities and charities. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have or hand it over to you, Wendy.
Thank you. So if you want, I could go over the two documents in front of you. Really, the resolution would be authorizing the county administrator to execute. It's for you to approve the third amendment to the development agreement for the county administrator to execute it, but then also for you all to give your approval or for your recommendation that they hopefully get their gaming facility agreement. I don't know if you all remember, but the casino is actually an offshoot of the Kansas Lottery. So the Kansas Expanded Lottery Act is what allowed the state of Kansas to actually have casinos within the state. I know Commissioner Burrows, you are well familiar with this topic. So we only have 4 casinos within the entire state of Kansas, and each one of those has a partner that actually manages and runs those casinos. And Penn Entertainment is the one that has the contract with the gaming facility contract with the Kansas Lottery with the state to go ahead and run this casino. So that's the contract that he is describing earlier that they are renewing at this time, what they're trying to renew at this time. So that's what the resolution asks for, is that the county support for the renewal of that gaming facility contract, as well as the third amendment to the development agreement. What this does, currently the way the development agreement stands, they were supposed to have developed a hotel with 240 rooms. That's not what they have found the market supports. And just in doing the work I do with the appraisals office, and when we have had hotels that come before, I would have to agree with that. Looking at appraisals from hotels and room counts and things of that nature, I would have to agree with that. I don't know that the market would support that either, to be completely honest with you. But what they have found is that they do believe the market would support a 125 to 140 room hotel, and it wouldn't take away from any of the other hotels in the area. So that's what they have asked us to do, is to go back in and open the development agreement up to change that 240 count room requirement to 125 room requirement. But that also, like they said, opens it also up to increase the casino grant fund that you all get to disperse each year from 500,000 to 850,000. It does leave in the liquidated damages portion, but what it does is extend that beginning construction date. So if they have not begun construction on this hotel by the end of December of 2026, then in January 2027, that liquidated damages section applies. That's that 1% that we get every year because they had not built a hotel by this time. So that would still be in, but that's going to extend it out for them to get to build that casino again. That just extended the date. So they wouldn't pay the liquidated damages in 25 or 26 because they're getting everything together. But if they have not begun that construction by the end of 2026 and 2027, they would have to pay the liquidated damages. So that would go back into effect. I believe I've covered all. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. Just one thing I want to add, because I think we glossed over it quickly in the presentation. So the intent is to build, 125 to 140 room hotel, but it is being built on a plot of land that we can expand. There is a lot of growth obviously coming to the area over where we are located. And so there's, potential to get to 250 or larger, depending on if the market dictates it. Thank you.
The casino also has a good relationship with its neighbor who owns quite a bit of real estate in the area.
Committee, any other comments? Committee questions? Commissioner Lopez?
So why 125 to 140 rooms and not 350 rooms originally? I remember somebody stated, basically you don't want to step on other hotels' toes. Is that basically what you're saying?
Aaron Rosenthal, Regional Vice President of Penn Entertainment. Essentially, that's the case. It was written at 240 or 250, and we haven't found that the market would support that many rooms. If we did build it, we'd end up giving a lot of comp rooms and low rates that could impact the other hotel operators. But the market study, which is confirmed by the partner that we're negotiating with, thinks that 125 to 140 is the right number right now. They've, again, built dozens of hotels across the country, and so we think they understand the metrics. And as the business evolves in Village West and further out, we have the opportunity, like Jeff said, to continue to grow the hotel.
So if you build it, they will come.
I wish it was that easy.
See how it goes, though. I have a tree service. I'm going to try to take this town by storm. I don't care if I step on other tree services' toes. If I can take their business, I'm going to take their business. Since when, that's what I mean. Who cares if you step on other hotels' toe? If you got the business, get it.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. Operating in the 43 communities that we do, it is imperative to be a good partner with the businesses and the community groups and the governments that we operate with. Our licenses are not just, held out willy-nilly. They are incredibly important to us. And part of that is being a good neighbor. And if you were to ever go into another market and try to build a casino, the first thing they do is how do you treat your neighbors in other communities? And so that's why we have hotel partnerships and cross-marketing agreements and buy local goods and work with local vendors, right? It's important to do that because we want to be the keystone, that helps to rise the tides.
Yeah, this is Todd George, Penn Entertainment. I would point you back to slide 14, where the things we typically look at in 2023, the occupancy around the area was 65%. In 2022 was 65%. In 2023, it rose to 70%. But there's also another 560 rooms coming online. So by adding too many rooms to the market, it destroys everybody, including ourselves. It's a path to mutual destruction because your average daily rate drops. Everybody's occupancy spreads out. So you're actually driving less revenue for all and less taxable revenue for all.
So what happens what about all the business for like when the World Cup comes?
So if it's like building a church for Easter Sunday is typically what it's referred to. And it's just, it's great, but then you have it sitting there empty every other day.
Committee, any other questions? Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7. So Wendy, would you go over the penalty phase again, as far as if it's not, construction is not started by the dates again, if you would?
Sure. So right now they went past their construction deadline, which is why they've been paying the liquidated damages every year of 1%. So this gives them a new construction deadline of December 31st, 2026. So when this agreement gets signed, that is the new date. So they've already paid the liquidated damages for 2024. So this agreement would be in effect for 2025, but they've got that new construction deadline. So they don't have any liquidated damages for 2025 or 2026. So they would not be paying that for 2025 or 2026.
So in the event that it would not, would they back up and then pay the 2025 penalty?
No, they would not owe a penalty until 2027 if they have not begun construction.
So it would reset in 2027. They wouldn't pay back.
No, it would be reset in 2027, and then they would pay the same penalty they've been paying, but it would be that 1% again, but they would not go back and pay for 2025.
So I guess I'm a little confused as to why we would take that out. Why, right now they're paying it because haven't built a hotel. And if they still hadn't built a hotel, why would we shoot ourselves in the foot by letting them off the hook? I mean, I'm hoping that it doesn't, right? But why would we go backwards?
Good faith negotiations, hoping that they'll build it would be the only thing I would
I-
suggest.
We have a,
Mhm.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Mr.
I was
Wade.
asking, do we have a dollar amount on that 1%?
It changes every year. It's based off their gaming revenues.
What
So
was
there's
last?
not a set amount every year.
What was last year's?
That I actually don't know that off the top of my head. Would have to, yeah. It's a little over $1 million every year, but the exact amount changes every year. Mhm.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to everybody who has made the trip here. I know all the representatives aren't here, so thanks to everybody who's here. Couple of questions. With regard to the hotel, will there be ballroom space? Or what other type of, aside from just the rooms, what else do you plan to put in the hotel?
Yeah, we've contemplated meeting space. There's already meeting space that's in the casino itself. We're looking to expand and then extend that entire experience. So it'd be proper meeting space, hotel and casino. We're also thinking hotel, restaurant for the hotel and bar space. But that's still up for grabs. We're looking at this vision with our partner at the moment.
So do you know at this point, I know you mentioned between 125 and 140 rooms. Do you have any idea of how much meeting space in the hotel you would be striving for?
Yeah, that would be in conjunction with our partner, that they would determine the keys and then the amount of meeting space that's going to be a good match for that amount of keys. So it's dependent on where we land on that number and that gap.
Okay, so we don't know if it would accommodate 100 people, 200. We don't know that yet.
Not yet, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
If this proceeds forward, one of you gentlemen mentioned, might have been Mr. Morris, that the casino grant fund would be increased, 350,000. How was that arrived at, that figure arrived at? What was it related to?
Sure. Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. When we looked at we're opening up an agreement that was stagnant, right, from 2009. And so it wasn't tied to anything. So we ran the analysis, and I'd leave it to the numbers folks more. We said, what's the appropriate amount that there's the right increase to ensure that we can continue to give to the community in a more, strict way rather than just independently, which we do already. So we felt it made sense to increase that figure to a number that would reflect 2024 economy, not 2009.
And I guess as one who's responsible for helping disperse the casino grant fund, I'm always, how much do each of us have? And in the last couple of years, it ranges anywhere from 41 to maybe 43,000. And that's minus whatever fees we have. So what is this 350,000 tied to in some way? So I know that that's a good deal. I mean,
This
I'm
Wendy,
sneezing at it, but what is How did you arrive at that
Right.
figure?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So the number that they give us is the same every single year. The reason your all amount changes is because what the foundation charges in fees.
Right,
That has nothing to do with them. So that may be something we need to look at.
right. But how was the amount of whatever the casino grant fund is that we received determined? That's what I'm saying. I
Right.
know that what filters down to us may vary.
Well, how did we determine the 850,000?
Is that what it?
Right, it was 500,000 in the original development agreement,
Uh-huh,
and then they offered to increase it another 350,000.
right.
And so that makes the 850,000 total. And then the amount that you each received is just that total amount divided by the number of commissioners.
Right. But I mean, because I wasn't here when
Right.
that went up and that was already determined.
Mhm.
So I'm asking, was that tied to a specific percentage of sales or no?
No. Mm-mm.
It's in addition to the Jeff Morris Penn Entertainment. It's in addition to the 3% that you already get from the state. And then the 1% of revenue you get from us that is not connected to the penalty. So you get 4% of gaming revenue that we get, that's automatic, that comes to the county. And then this is an additional 850,000 annually strictly tied to charitable causes.
Right. And then that's still in addition to the other contributions, because you also make a separate contribution to parks. And then there's some other specific contributions that they make to other charities that are outside of that 500,000 that would then become 850,000 under the amendment. There are other contributions.
Jeff Morris Penn Entertainment on slide 13, it actually does go through that. So it shows the 4%. That doesn't change. The 500,000 to the non-host school districts does not change, nor does the money to the Parks and Rec, the CVB, or the various chambers of commerce. That 500,000 for social services and charitable community activities would increase to 850,000.
Let me go back to a couple of more questions I had about the hotel itself. Who will decide? I guess Penn Entertainment will decide, correct me if I'm wrong, what brand you go with.
Aaron Rosenthal, Penn Entertainment. Well, it'll be a mutual decision between us and the third-party developer we're in negotiations with. But it will be a national known flag with a minimum standard that fits the quality of what you see at Hollywood today and similar to what you saw with the hotel we put in the presentation.
Okay, so the unified government will have no say as to whether you get a Hilton, 5-star, 3-star, any of that.
No, ma'am.
It's in the agreement that we have to be above a certain threshold when it comes to quality, though. So
Okay.
we can't just do whatever we want. We have to meet that threshold and that standard.
And that agreement is with whom?
That agreement is being done with the lottery, right?
Yes, with the lottery.
Okay, and I'm just asking that question for, and I'm not gonna call any brands, but I'll just say fly by night, checker and cheese, I don't know, but that is not something that the unified government has. Will we have any say in that, Counselor? It would hurt their brand as well, not to,
Exactly.
All
So
right.
it's, yeah, if that's the agreement that they have, that's part of their gaming facility contract, is that any type of development that they have in association with the Hollywood Casino, it has to be above a certain quality.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. I think one thing important to remember too, we are the licensed facility manager for the lottery. So they have incredibly strict protocols in place, right? And so ultimately there's approval. But back to the point that made earlier, I mean, we are incredibly proud of the brands we have across the country. The last thing we would do is erect a hotel that we are not proud of, that is an indicative of what we want our customers to feel when they come to the casino.
And finally, for right now, when you select your hotel partner, who will have any say? Well, will the unified government have any say about minority and women-owned business, rates, percentages of inclusion in terms of the building, who works there, any of that?
No, we won't have any type of a development agreement with that because they don't get any incentives. So any development agreement for actually building the hotel there won't be any other, this is the agreement because they don't need any incentives from us and can't get any more incentives from us to build the actual hotel. So we can't, there won't be any requirement for a woman-owned or minority-owned business. But in looking at the slides that they provided, they stress diversity anyway. So they could probably answer that a little bit better.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. We are incredibly stringent in ensuring that we have minority, veteran, women-owned, and disability-owned enterprises that operate on both the construction and the operations side of our company. We're incredibly active in the National Minority Development Council and a variety of others. And I won't speak for our design and construction team, but we do set certain levels with our partners to make sure that we meet and exceed. And I believe Todd or Aaron mentioned previously that we have done so since day one with the property, and we're committed to do so here.
Thank you. So for tonight, this resolution, council, would this be the only thing that would come before the unified government? There's no other development agreement, I think.
Nope, this would be it. Because again, since they don't need any incentives and can't seek any incentives from us, the only thing they need is our permission to decrease that room count. And then we, again, like I said, we extended the deadline by which they would begin construction on that. And then they offered to increase the casino grant fund.
Okay, and I do see that here in writing. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes. Wendy, if we approve this evening, this agreement, does it go to the full commission then?
It sure does. It would go to the full commission on, depending on if the resolution passes to move the full commission from the 31st to the 30th, it goes on that meeting.
And so what time period are we anticipating? Should we approve this out of committee?
As far as when they might begin construction or
to get it to directing the administrator to sign it?
as soon as it would pass full commission, that would be, we would go ahead and have him sign it at that point.
I just want to advise you gentlemen that if you hit a snag, you got an appeal, as you learned earlier. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites?
Stites, District 7. So in the original development agreement, were there participation goals set in that development agreement?
Oh my goodness. If I had to, it's been so long since I've looked at that agreement. I honestly don't remember. If I had to guess, I would say there probably would. And I don't remember hearing anything of them not meeting any participation goals, but they could probably talk about that. He's nodding his head, so I'm guessing he can talk about that more.
Aaron Rosenthal, Penn Entertainment. You're talking about locally owned and minority owned business
Correct.
thresholds. There were, I'm not sure if it was in the development agreement or the lottery agreement, but we did have thresholds for construction and then for operating, which we far exceeded and continue to.
For the hotel, but when,
For the casino, when we first built it.
okay, but for the hotel,
No, we didn't. I don't remember.
any participation goals originally set out?
No, I don't remember there being goals. I believe the only thing that was discussed about the hotel and the development agreement was room count, when they would begin construction for that. I don't believe there were those types of considerations in the first development agreement. I can look, but I don't believe I remember seeing those in the agreement itself.
Well, what I would say is you guys well know that, I mean, that's something that, you know, we strive for, is to make sure that our locals are supported and our minority and women owned. We push it out there. So I'm kind of a little bit frustrated that that's not set in this development agreement, right? And then also, I'm going back to this 1% penalty. I'm not sure why. So by resetting this in 2026, which would be in place in 27, is that go on for perpetuity?
Yes, if they haven't begun construction by the end of 2026, yes, they would keep paying the liquidated damages.
So what is the thought process from either you guys or us or what have you about not having that interim period? I'm okay with saying, you know what, we're going to put it on pause because if you build something, well, you've carried out what it is. But if you don't build something, we just took 1% out of our funds for doing exactly what you haven't done for many, many years,
Mhm.
right? So, I mean, I would like to think that, that before we move forward, that is something that you guys would be willing to put back in. I think what that does is it kind of gets us at a comfort level also again, that, hey, these guys are serious, they're ready to move forward. And you know what? It's not that $1 million is going to sway your guys to say, all right, well, we got to pay that $1 million or that 1%. We're going to now build that hotel, right? But I just don't think that we should take away money that we have been receiving for, and I'm not trying to beat you up.
Right.
It hasn't happened yet. So what would make me think that it's going to happen in the future?
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. So a couple pieces to this. As part of the renegotiating of our contract with the lottery, right? This is another piece in our negotiations with them. And if you've looked at any of the past renegotiated contracts the lottery have had, that includes tax increases and things of that nature, right? And so we are in a delicate situation here where we're trying to ensure that to meet a goal that we've had since day one, which is to build a hotel for this property and to turn it into the true destination and to tie in with all of our other properties. At the same time, we have to ensure that the finances and everything pans out with what is being negotiated with the lottery, and also here with you, and a fourth piece, the developer. So it is incredibly tenuous. And our intention from day one has been to find a point where it is beneficial to all four parties. And when you looked at the amended development agreement here with the county, I believe all that was changed ultimately was the number of rooms and the date, right? And those are the two things, and the increase in the funds. So we are just building off of the exact same model that we assumed from a previous operator back in 2009. So that's the only thing, Commissioner. It's very delicate, and the finances are very delicate as well.
The finances won't change at all if you build it.
Except for the fact that if it's the construction costs that come in that first year, we also had to pay a penalty. That's the concern, right?
Well, no, I think that if you start construction, that penalty, then you're not paying it. I'm saying that only if you do not start construction,
Okay.
right? Only if you don't build the hotel would you pay that back penalty, which you would be paying right now if you,
Right.
like, if we weren't here talking about this tonight, right? Because the ask is, I mean, quite frankly, you're asking to cut down half of the rooms, right? That was originally set out in the development agreement. And you've increased our contribution by $350,000, and then potentially taken $1 million away from us in a penalty phase. Now, I don't want the penalty, right? Right. I want to see you guys have a successful hotel and everything move forward, and we all, expand and continue to do business. But I'm not, personally, I'm not in favor of if you don't build or start construction in 26, that we lose that money in the 2 years. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites. That's one of the questions I had. I appreciate the questions, and gentlemen, you had to know I was going to ask some questions. So this one is of council first, foremost. I'm looking at new section 3 under the resolution. It says, in furtherance of the foregoing, the governing body hereby endorses Hollywood renewing the gaming facility contract for an additional 15 years. I guess the question is, we don't know what other managers would be coming forward with other proposals for us. That is on the state level. Is it customary that we would send a letter of support in favor of management team here to send to the legislature?
I honestly don't know what we did the last time around because I wasn't involved in that. I didn't even work for the UG then. I think it's helpful for them to do it. I honestly don't know if they've even have anybody else applying for it. I don't know what the state's process is. to tell you the truth. I
And-
think it's helpful for them if we put that in there. I think we want to be a good partner for them, but I don't know if we did it the last time, to be completely honest with you, Commissioner.
Well, and I state that because it's in the new recital, it's in section
Mhm.
E2, and a letter of support renewal of extension to the gaming facility contract. That's stating that we've approved of their management. I don't know if we approve of it or not. I haven't seen their goals and success. That's determined by the state and the state legislature, not by us. And the governor's office will approve that contract and the lottery, and not necessarily us. But I just saw that in there, that along with this resolution is a letter from the endorsement from the local body here in
Mhm.
favor of them as managers of the casino. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the.
That is correct. That was what I was saying at the beginning of the meeting, is that would include an endorsement of them. Correct.
Well, that would be up to the commission if they would want to do that. The next one is, you have, I want to get back over here. Commissioner Stites, you brought up the 1% obligation, the punit, we call it the punity stage for not building the hotel. When you start talking about the $850,000 that you would be given the commission, that's roughly divided by 10. It's not rocket science. It's 85,000 per commissioner for our charitable contributions. But if you include the mayor, which I believe the mayor is included in that, it's divided by 11, so it's around 77,000. Plus, I do know that we are supposed to seek some questions from the contractor as to why their fees continue to climb and chip into that. So I'm glad to see that we're moving on with that. The on section 4 of the development agreement, there was paragraph 4 states there shall no longer have any effect on the contribution section. That's in reference to the 50,000. It's a little wordy and I'm trying to understand it. I want to make sure I fully understand it before we advance it here this evening. It's on page 2 of the third amendment, down at the bottom. The no longer have any effect. Why? I think this goes to Commissioner Stites' question, is why that wouldn't remain, why we wouldn't strike that it would remain in there. Can you, so if we don't do the 850, it goes back to 500 as a punity stage and not 850.
Right, if they're not going to build the casino, or not the casino, I'm sorry, if they're not going to build the hotel.
Yeah, right.
So in other words, we stay as we are. They still pay the 1% liquidated damages, and they pay the 500,000 a year.
And if that's okay with the committee, then that'll be the committee's decision. The comment was made that there was not a need for a 250 room hotel, which I believe that's what the state requirement was when the contract was negotiated, to ensure that we had a destination location. We have a new destination location known as Margaritaville that is going to be, I believe, 200 plus rooms in our community. And I believe that occupancy, it is a destination location because it's a vacation village. Under the casino legislation, it was supposed to be a destination casino, which it presently isn't because it doesn't have a place to stay. And so in going back to the punity phase, you all have paid roughly just under $22 million, I think, over the 15 years that the contract's been in effect, that would have built a hotel or would have been a good start on one in 15-year dollars, I guess, 15 years ago, dollar-wise. But the fact that that isn't built today, there was a need for a hotel at the time. And we had met in the past and talked that there was no need for a hotel. But yet we've seen all the development going on and hotels going up. And now we have a number of rooms available, I think somewhere around 1,000 maybe rooms. And yet you only want to put in 125 to 140 with the opportunity to build out. I think this goes back to, once again, the spirit of the agreement was to make it a destination location. And it is not a destination location. It is just a casino that has very little amenities. There's not even a food court in there outside of a small cafeteria. And I would hope that that as we move forward, that additional development would allow for sales tax to be generated that we would see. And in the presentation, it said, tax incentives for development, and I'd go back to your presentation back here on one-time tax benefits from construction of hotel. Can you want to explain what those tax benefits might be? Is that the transient guest tax that you're referring to? Or were you proposing to bring forward a request for an abatement of some sort?
No request for Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment, no request for abatement. Construction taxes are, purchasing, Lavelle, I don't know if you have it off the top of your head. I'm happy to go back and get the specifics for you. But just a one-time associated tax with building a hotel.
Okay, so
Not the continuing, which would be the annual, taxes on the hotel.
so there's no IRB request, because if I understood correctly, by the state statute, you can't receive any public subsidies or any local subsidies in reference to the gaming facility, if I remember.
That is correct. All of this is coming out of our pocket.
Yes, Shelley.
Developer.
Shelley Kneven, Chief Financial Officer, and it would be the sales tax on the construction that would be generated. That would then come to both the county and the city.
Shelley, and I think it'd be important to know how much money that would be should this move forward, that we get those numbers, because it will share with us what we're giving up with IRBs for construction and all the other developments that we're doing in Wyandotte County. I think it's important to realize how much tax revenue we're giving up when we hand out these IRBs to developers when they come forward. That'd be an interesting point to see. So I guess the question before us is, do we want to approve the resolution and advance the resolution as presented? Or are there questions from the body that we need to give legal, Jeff and or Wendy, to take back and talk to our visitors here this evening? I think we talked about the punitive area, as well as the letter of recommendation for the management team. And do we want to approve a resolution that is only 125 to 140 rooms versus what was mandated at 250? I mean, that's part of this resolution. I'm just listening to the committee. Commissioner Stites.
Heights District 7. So I'm glad, Commissioner Burrows, that you brought up. Of course, that was before I was a commissioner. But, the loss of revenue that when this was sold to the commission back then, of sales tax, because there's a restaurant, there's this, there's that's going to be in there. Over the course of this time, that's a pretty significant number that the unified government, both on the county side and the city side, has missed out on. So I'm guessing, so there will not be an ask for TGT dollars or any, is that, Wendy, is that right?
That's right.
TGT.
Right, that's correct. They will not ask for any type of incentive or abatement whatsoever.
And then this, I can only assume that in this restaurant, or in this combination hotel and casino, that there's a connection, right, where people are able to go through. So I'm thinking there's probably going, or should be, a restaurant, right, component in there that's then going to generate those sales tax dollars. Man, I guess I don't know if there's any discussion that you guys want to have internally, but that's my hang up. I will tell you about that penalty phase. That's where I'm held up with that. And then, I guess it's going to be tough, Wendy, whenever the next hotel developer comes in town in the next 6 months to say, well, we don't believe that our area supports your hotel. Because that's what's being said right now. We don't feel like that it warrants building more rooms. So that can put us in an awkward position. So that's all I have to say for right now.
The council we don't need to fast track this. I didn't hear that.
No,
Okay.
they're not being asked. They're not asking to fast track it.
Okay. I appreciate that. Would give us time to talk about the two or three issues that were brought up here this evening. I want to thank you for taking the opportunity to reinvest in our community once again. And these questions are not only posed by us, but posed by our constituents through us to talk about this agreement, we want to ensure that as we move forward, we're clear and you're clear as to what is expected of this development should it move forward. After all, you all have a certificated area, a gaming zone with no competition. And so it maybe if there was competition, things would be a little bit different, but we know that. And I think many of us here in this county want to see a flagship hotel out there next to the casino, so it becomes a destination facility, so that we can enjoy what we anticipated it would be 15 years ago when it was built. And so even though it might only be 125 to 140 rooms, I hope it wouldn't look like 125 and 140 room hotel. I hope it would be a flagship hotel. There was one person that wasn't here, that maybe he wasn't up here with you all, because I have Todd, Jeff sitting in the back, Aaron, Patrick, Lydia's in the back, Jeff. Is it Michael West? Okay, there you are. I know you were introduced. I didn't see you raise your hand. I just wanted to say welcome and thank you for being here this evening. Is there anything, Mr. West, you wanted to add to this before we move forward? You're the legal strategy. Yes, okay, thank you. Well, committee, yes, Mr. Stites.
So the very last thing that I want to say, and don't get me wrong when I'm saying that, I want this to be successful. I want it to do well. And I'll tell you that I appreciate the up, if you will, on the civic contribution, because those dollars do make a big difference in our community. When you're able to pass that money out to groups that are really doing good in our community. I know you guys don't see it because you're not here, but you know what, with the boots on the ground people that are actually going out and handing that to them and seeing the tears in their eyes when they're getting that and they're able to pass out food or clothes or school supplies or things, it really does make a difference. So if you do feel it in your heart to even go higher than 850, we would really appreciate it. But thank you for that. It does make a difference in our community.
Commissioner Sites, Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. I do want to say that we do see it. Lydia Garvey, our general manager here, and her team spend a considerable amount of time in the community, hosting food drives, packing backpacks, and doing our part to be a leader in the community. So.
Okay, committee, I'll ask the clerk if are there any other comments from the committee? Questions? Okay, I'll ask the clerk if there are any written comments from the public.
No comments were received.
I'll ask the clerk if there are any hands raised from the public online who wish to speak to this item.
We have one hand raised. Her name is Lisa Yeager. If you can please state your name and residency, you will have 3 minutes for your comments.
Ms. Yeager?
Okay. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lisa Walker Yeager. I wanted to thank the commissioners for asking some great questions that went through our mind. But one of the main questions is, and I'd also like to thank the facility for giving back to the community. Right now, we're looking at $500,000 that was given to this, I believe it was schools, and it had non-something schools district-wise. I'm requesting that, or asking, is there a certain amount that is allotted for the 500, District 500? And if not, can we get a certain amount allotted for District 500 school district? Because right now, that is a major thing. And that was one of my major questions that I wanted to ask. And then also my concern, again, as Wyandotte County is becoming where we need funds. If in 2027 that you decide not to build, that those fees be retroactive from 2025 and 2026, that in 2027, if you do not build, I believe that that would be better to put that in the contract that you would need to owe for the 2025 and 2026 in 2027. So instead of owing just that 1 million, you will be owing the 3 million. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Walker. Thank you, Ms. Walker. And if I may, when is your contract up as management team for the casino? Is it 25?
Yeah, February, Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment, February 3rd, 2027.
2027.
There's alignment with the contract.
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
trying
That- I was-
can't manage.
This would fall in line with her request and her question. Gentlemen, that's a question for you. I can't answer that question. Yeah, that,
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. I'm not sure where the money is allocated to the other school districts. I do know that, that this money was set within the original contract or development agreement with the county. And as I said, we only amended a couple pieces. I will just point out the fact that 4% of gaming revenues already does come to the county for your allocation to your budget as you deem appropriate.
Wendy, maybe that's something you and legal can find out when this comes before the full commission to be able to respond to that question.
So it goes to that money is distributed between the 3 non-host school districts. So there are 2 host school districts would be the Bonner Springs and the Piper school districts. So the 500,000 is split between Wyandotte, Turner, and what's the other one I'm thinking? What I'm missing?
Wyandotte,
Let's see.
Honor,
So no,
KCK.
yeah, Piper. That's right. So it's not in Piper, right?
Yep.
Correct. It's in.
Ms. Knieven, you have an answer?
Shelley Knieven, CFO. It's split between the 3 school districts and it's based on a formula based on the enrollment of the school district and the assessed value of the school district. And so it's distributed proportionately between those 3. For USD 500, it's 210,000 roughly. And then for USD 202, which is Turner, it's about 141,000. And for Piper, it is about 148,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
Okay, there's any other comments, concerns, or questions? I will ask if there's anyone else with their hands raised, Madam Clerk.
No other hands are raised online.
Thank you. Is there anyone in attendance who wishes to speak to this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Okay. Committee, that takes us to a motion in support or denial of the resolution. I'd entertain a motion either way.
Move for approval.
Commissioner, I need a,
I did have another question.
okay,
And it's really just to clarify again, it goes back to the $1 million. This would establish, you say, a new, I don't know what the term is, drop dead date or a date by which if you have not broken ground. And what would that new date be?
Correct. This establishes a new deadline for construction, and that's December 31st, 2026.
26, okay. So for 24, there would be a liquidated damages payment. Would that be correct?
That's already been
Okay.
done for 2024. So it would be 2025 and 2026 that would not have liquidated damages. Because this establishes a reset of that construction agreement.
Okay.
would that be 2.8 million if it's 1.4 million? It's 1%, isn't it? Is that the penalty phase?
It's 1% of their gross revenues.
Yeah, it's been coming in about 1.4 if I remember correct. Ms. Knieven?
So they must be doing better this year than they have been doing. I just got an update that this year, the first 2 quarters were 1.6 million. So it would be 1.6 million in 25 and 1.6 or whatever in 26. And those dollars for the penalty are split 50-50 between the county general fund and the city general fund. And just for clarification and transparency, they were included in our budget adoption documents for 25 and 26.
Well, I think we've heard from the committee members as well as from the public that it's important that we keep that penalty phase intact. That's something that you all will have to talk about with legal. But that's the direction I think many of us have chosen to take this evening. But I would entertain a motion with the amended language and or legal. I'm looking for some advice here on how you want to handle that. Because if we're not going to include the penalty phase, it may depend on how the motion is presented this evening.
Right.
Let me have legal answer.
It's going to throw an option out there, but if you want to speak first, I'm fine with that.
So I'll go ahead and have the list since I have my mic on, Jeff. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So we have one motion on the floor already, which was a motion to approve.
But there was no second.
There hasn't been a second, so he can either withdraw his motion and there can be a new motion with amendment to the resolution, which would be an amendment to the language in the agreement. So if you want to change the language in the agreement, you would do that through your language in your motion.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment, on this same issue, what if there was an amendment to where when we broke ground, that the penalty would stop, right? Right, and I'm just trying to address your concern here, right? So when we, rather than the 2-year look back, because again, we're talking finances and piecing how we go this together and how we negotiate this with our partner. And I understand what you're trying to get to, Commissioner.
I guess I would be comfortable with that as long as it's significant groundbreaking.
I understand, of course. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, we broke ground because we
Got a shovel in the ground. I understand, yes.
I would say that there would have to be, something that would, that were our comfort level, and I don't know what that means. But you know what? I have faith that you guys, I really do feel like you guys are going to get there, and this is a non-issue really, but it is an issue to us if it doesn't happen.
Right.
Right. Because of the financial impact that it does have on our already stressed budget that we have.
And I hope you will appreciate for us to be paying the increased charitable dollars plus a penalty at the same time while we're trying to share. And as you know, you don't know what may happen in the market. Like, God forbid we have another pandemic or something next few months. Like we want to prepare for those contingencies.
It's never advocating that you pay it. Only if you don't, it goes back.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. I got you.
Continue to pay it while, right? Only if you don't start and you build it, then you go back.
So a retroactive payment if we do not
Correct.
start. Yeah, absolutely. I understood that is something that we could get to. Yes.
Well, maybe I look at it a little different. There's no hotel, and that's what the punishment was in the language, it was in the contract for, there's no hotel. And without significant development or development progress, that's what the initial penalty phase was, the 1% of the revenues.
Right.
Because there wasn't a hotel. Even if they break ground, there's still no hotel. And they're talking about breaking ground maybe the end of 26. And if that's the case, there's a whole year and 18, 19 months there's no hotel. And without the penalty phase being utilized, that's a savings to you and an impact on our budget. So that's what we're trying to differentiate here, Mr. Morris.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. Go, Todd, go ahead.
Todd George, Penn Entertainment. So I think what Jeff was saying addresses both of these points. So we would continue to pay the penalty until there's material, it's not just groundbreaking, material progress on the hotel. Because, just from a common sense standpoint, you're looking at it where once money starts going out the door for the hotel development, the penalty stops. So I think that gets us to that middle ground.
Commissioner Stites.
Okay, thank you. And then what is an anticipated build out time once that material hits the ground, right? What are you looking at? Because if it lingers on 3 years, right? Now we're in that same thing, but I understand. But what are you talking about? 24-month build out probably?
18.
18?
18,
Okay.
Todd George, 18 to 22 months ballpark.
So let me ask you this. Now, during that period that you would, with material hitting the ground, would you guys be willing to up that civic contribution from $850 to $1 million only during the period of time that until the doors open, and then it reverts back to the $850?
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. Commissioner, as I said, this is a very delicate process, right? And the pieces, and now we're outlaying considerable amount of money to build a hotel and then additional, we still have to finalize our negotiation and agreement with the state. And at the end of the day, if we end up pulling too much here, pulling too much there, then this whole, Jenga falls down, right? And we're trying to avoid that. And I do believe, with the 4% that the county already gets, plus the increase, plus our commitment to build a hotel and all these other pieces, I do feel we've put together a generous offer.
I can appreciate that, but during that 18-month build out, we're not receiving, the UG won't be receiving that penalty, that 1% of $1.4 million. So I think that the $250,000 to the commissioners to put out into our community is probably a fair trade-off, 250 for 1.4.
Todd George, Penn Entertainment. It's 150, right? 850 to million. Okay.
So that's a yes?
No, I was just correcting some math. Just correcting math, that's all.
Okay, $150,000, what we're talking about for a trade-off,
Commissioner, I do feel a little uncomfortable negotiating a contract this way. I mean, that is the tricky part.
If we want to kick this to the next, and I can appreciate that, if we want to kick it down to the next standing committee and you guys go back and get this language put in there and work with them, I can make a motion that we do that.
Jeff Morris, Penn Entertainment. Like I said, we are in a delicate negotiation situation with our partners as well, both with the hotel and the state and here. We are committed to building this hotel. We are excited to do so. I think you saw what we have done around the country. And I will admit, look, we did not build the hotel, and that's something we're trying to rectify in the right market and to be able to succeed here. I think we've been incredible partners with the county and the state of Kansas. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to get there. But I do feel, again, we start to pull one string, this gets incredibly difficult.
Mr. Wicks?
My question is, then you would, since you're committed to building it, you would be comfortable then with a retroactive payment of the penalty if it was not?
If we do not build. Yes, sir.
Might I suggest, if I may, that the penalty phase continue, and during the hotel phase, we've already got it built into our budget. And then after the hotel is built, we look at how we can possibly either reimburse or credit you in your organization. But the fact that we built this into our budget, it's very difficult for us to look at not having that penalty phase in there to support our budget. I would just soon, what we did with the valuation and appraisal settlement that we went through as a unified government, why we couldn't do that. You continue with the penalty phase, pay those monies, and when we get to a date certain, that's where you and legal sit down and determine who is owed what, but that money comes into our budget and allows us to continue to provide the services we're able to provide. I mean, that's a suggestion I might give staff, that we keep the penalty phase in place. And even during the hotel's construction, that penalty phase is there. And through the negotiation, you come forward with what you agree upon. I want to take action on this evening, one way or another. But I also don't want to approve it with the language that's in here. So, council, I'm looking for some guidance.
I think we can put together some language that I think covers the in between standing committee and the full commission, if that's agreeable to you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to ensure that I don't like negotiating from the dais here. That's not how we do things. That the penalty phase in the contract is really not a fair position for us to be in when it's already included in our budget for our CFO. And we've gone revenue neutral. It's going to be a hard financial year for us, a difficult challenge for us this next year. However, not to have those monies that we were counting on and not given with the new contract, it behooves us to have that money, and then we can sit back and determine what kind of credit or how we want to reimburse should it come to that.
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel, if I might suggest, what the motion would be then was that it would be to move this to the next phase with the understanding that the language regarding the penalty would be changed in the agreement, and that this would not go on consent, but would instead go in front of the full commission for full discussion.
Yeah, I was going to be the only vote that made sure it didn't go to consent, just so we could have the discussion. But thank you, Wendy.
You can do that by
I asked for
motion.
your opinion, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Burns.
That was the intent of my motion, to move it out and then in your agreements, get that done and then go before the full commission. Instead of us trying to dictate, they're trying to offer us in good faith, in my opinion. And we need to respect that. They're not in the business to lose money. I've been there many times. I want to commend you on how clean it is all the time. And you can't believe how much weight I've lost when I've left there. So it's a fabulous facility, and I have no doubt that you're going to do what you intend to do, you know. And so with that motion, I agree that work out whatever the issues are, and then take it to the full commission and expedite this thing.
Is there a second?
I second.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Stites.
Well, I'm gonna be clear. I'm not trying to dictate to you by any means, right? We got one shot at this, right? And I'm negotiating with the people of Wyandotte County. You know, I'm not trying to strong arm anybody at all. Again, I mean, this, and I don't want to rehash or go, really, point fingers, but this project didn't happen for many years, right? And I know you guys are trying to fix that, and I think you guys are going to fix that. But I'm not trying to dictate. I'm trying to get all that we can for Wyandotte County, because quite frankly, that $150,000, not 250, you know what? We lost a whole lot more than that over the period of 15 years in sales tax dollars that would have been contributing into our general fund, right? So when I'm asking for that, and this is money that's not just going into our general fund, this is money that we are actually going to have and put in the hands of the commissioners to go out to help out these 501c3s in these places that desperately need it. So when I'm asking for that, it's not asking for Chuck Stites. I'm asking for the people that desperately need those funds and that we can make a difference with.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like clarity on what the motion is. What is the motion? What is the language that we're sending back? Because personally, the representatives have indicated they would continue to move forward paying the penalty. And I was one of the few around when that was established. And maybe that would be the suggested language, that penalty, liquidated damage, continue to be paid until there is substantial groundbreaking on it. And then the full board can vote it up or down. We'll be there all night trying to go back through all the iterations. But they have indicated, Penn has indicated that they would be agreeable to doing that. And instead of limiting it to 2 years, go to the original intention of what was done years ago, that liquidated damage be paid until there's substantial groundbreaking. Hope it is 2006, hope it's 2005, but whatever it is, and then we don't have to come back and amend again. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Legal, could you verbalize what the motion was, please?
Yeah, I believe what the motion was is that this would move forward with the understanding that the language in the amendment would change regarding the penalty phase, and that this would go to full commission for full discussion and not on consent agenda, was what the language of the motion was. Mhm.
Thank you. I'm cloudy on what is going for discussion. We could be very specific and it still go for discussion, but not to leave it just open-ended.
Mhm. And, right.
Yeah, then we're doing this all night.
Mhm.
So, Penn has indicated what they'd be willing to do. I wouldn't limit it to 2006. I would go with the original intent until there's material groundbreaking. Hope is 2006 or sooner, but that way then we don't, 26, thank you. But then we don't have to go back if that doesn't happen again. And it's clear the full commission can still vote it up or down if it's not on consent. So I would respectfully ask that the previous motions be withdrawn and we can go that way and still hit all the points that have been raised here. Thank you.
I just want to ensure this body that we're not negotiating from the dais, and that's why I've asked legal to go back, can do it. I think there may be some legal ramifications in reference to us negotiating from our positions here. And I just want to be fair and transparent to our partners in the process. The penalty phase is much discussion with the community and with the commission. Legal has heard the discussion. If we don't move this thing forward, then they may not have the opportunity to go before the state and ask for their management agreement. I do know that that's one of the reasons why you want this done before you go there, to show that you're willing to manage a place as stated initially in the gaming legislation. So, committee, there was a motion and a second. If you don't like the motion, if somebody wants to rescind it, you have to make a substitute motion, or the person that made the second has to pull and the motion then comes off the floor. So I'm just looking for some guidance here from the committee. If not, I'm going to ask for a vote.
So, Mr. Chair, can I make a substitute motion?
Substitute motion is in order.
Okay. Then my substitute motion would be, and legal can wordsmith this, but that the liquidated damages would continue at the same rate of the current agreement until there's material groundbreaking of the project.
Okay.
Would that hit all of it? Yeah. So whether that's
And that you
2026.
approve the amendment with the understanding that the provision regarding liquidated damages would change, that you're approving the amendment, Third Amendment otherwise, with the understanding that the provision regarding liquidated damages is changing so that they would be paid until there's substantial construction.
You succinctly put it, Council. Yes.
Substantial groundbreaking for construction?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies for a lack of a second. That takes us back to the original motion. And no further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call roll.
For clarity, can I please have who second that first motion?
I did.
Mr. Wakes?
Thank you. Roll call, Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Townsend.
No.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to the end of our work this evening. Thank you to the entertainment for being here this evening, presenting your case. Thank you, public, for your patience with it. But I will entertain a motion for adjournment, but be advised that once the motion is made, stick around for the Neighborhood and Development, Community Development Standing Committee. I'd entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns. Stites. Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, everyone, for your work this evening.
All right, everyone, if you want to go ahead and take your seats, I know we have been waiting for quite some time for the prior committee to take place. And so I want to just send my sincere appreciation to all of you. I know we got families and kids and folks and people coming off work. So thank you all for your patience. My name is Andrew Davis. I am the 8th District Commissioner here at the Unified Government. I'm also the chair of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. And today is Monday, September 30th, 2024. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure that everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide a remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by phone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. Public comments will be allowed during each agenda item. Comments should be limited to the item at hand, and per the rules of the commission, should not include any rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to integrity, abusive comments, and statements as to motives and personalities. I will now call this meeting to order for the September 30th, 2024 Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Hill. Here. Ramirez, we have an absence memo. Townsend. Here. Bynum. Here. Davis.
Here. Awesome. Thank you so much. Clerk, are there any revisions to the agenda?
There are no revisions.
Okay. And committee, we have no minutes to approve, which leads us to our first item from our transit departments. Good to see you all. And thank you so much for your patience. I'll go ahead and hand it off to you all.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Desiree Bush, and I'm the director of the Unified Government Transportation Department. And here with me, I have James Malloy with Urban Planning and Zoning, and he will help me present some of the data this evening. You can go ahead and you have my presentation? Give us one moment.
Were we able to find that presentation?
Yes, Chair. My flash drive was not working, so I'm going to re-download it. I do apologize for that. Technical difficulties today.
Fine. As that's happening, would you all like to just give a brief overview of kind of what the discussion will be? And we'll have the slideshow to kind of flow into it, just so we can get things moving here.
Sure. So this evening, I will present our 2025 service changes, basically optimizing our existing FITS routes for our 2025 revenue neutral budget. So I am proposing a few changes, roughly 6 changes of our FITS routes. I can go ahead and get started with the general overview of our department. So a little bit about us. We provide an array of transportation services for the Wyandotte County area. Thank you. With that, we provide FITS route services along major traveling corridor areas. micro transit services, which is basically an on-demand share ride service. Paratransit service, whom we serve ADA and non-ADA individuals. We also offer non-emergency medical transportation services to 7 participating clinics in the Wyandotte County area. And then lastly, we also have bike share. We do operate under the Ride KC regional brand, and in addition to operating under the Ride KC regional brand, we contract some levels of our fixed route and paratransit services to Kansas City Area Transportation Authority, better known as KCATA. Here's a snapshot of our existing fixed routes that we own and operate. We own and operate 5 fixed routes within the county area. Majority of our fixed routes are 60, we have a 60-minute frequency. And then as you see, the 113 and 116 routes are a 90-minute frequency. We do not operate on the weekends. A little fun fact about us are in regards to our revenue miles. We average roughly 27,000 miles per year. And when you compare that to Americans, the amount of mileage that Americans drive per year, they drive typically about 14,000. And if you narrow it down by state, Kansans drive roughly 9,800. So we double or triple that amount. So our useful life of our vehicles are roughly 3 years. Here is a list of our KCATA contracted fixed routes. We contract 4 fixed routes to KCATA. Our most popular fixed route is the State Avenue, which has a 30-minute frequency. And then the other routes average roughly an hour frequency. Now, we do contract this level of service to KCATA because they provide extended hours and weekend service as well. So all of the fixed routes, all 4, offer Saturday service, and the 101 and the 106 Crendero offer Sunday service. Here's a snapshot of our route schedules. So again, during the week, the Unified Government Transportation, we operate from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. And then we contract with KCATA for the other fixed routes. They operate during the weekdays over an 8-hour span. The same for Saturday service over an 8-hour span. And then the Sunday service, you have 2 fixed routes. Here's a snapshot of our existing transit coverage by entity. And if you don't mind, I'm gonna use my little pointer pen here. Okay, that'll be helpful. So in the red, we have UGT, our department, the routes that we own and operate from east to west. And right here in the red, that is 18th Street. In the blue, you have KCATA, and they travel from the East Village Transit Center to the Legends. They own and operate Argentine and the 107, excuse me. This is Argentine, the 104 Argentine, and this line right here is the 107. So a little bit about our hubs. The East connections, we have the East Transit Center on the east side, and you have your Southern connections, the Mission Transit Center on the south side. And in the middle here, 7th Street, we have a transit hub, 7th and Minnesota. Going west, 47th Indian Springs is also a transit hub. And we have another connection right in front of Walmart. The Legends Walmart is another transit hub. Here is another view of our existing transit services. Instead of it being by entity, I'm just showing you a high level visual of the routes. What you notice in the outer parts, eastern here, that's Missouri, and the other gray lines are Johnson County lines, and I'm gonna talk about that here shortly. So we have the 402 Johnson Drive, Quivira, that provides rush hour only service to the Mission Transit Center from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then again from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. The 402 serves Oak Park Mall, Johnson County Community College, Shawnee, and Roland Park. Then at the bottom, the 403 Antioch Olathe serves KU Medical into Roland Park, Overland Park, Corporate Woods, Johnson County Community College, and Olathe. Then we have our eastern points, 39, right here, this gray line, serves Midtown, Kansas City, Missouri, and East Kansas City, Missouri. And then lastly, we have Route 11. Route 11 serves the northeast/west side routes, which serves downtown Kansas City, Missouri, and East Bottoms. Now, we have added a layer right in here, and you see like a darker pink in the middle. This represents our microtransit zones. So you all have heard of Iris, and we've been advertising Iris for the community. It's a shared ride service. Cost a fee of our fare is $3 per person each way. So this darker pink is our original microtransit zone, which was roughly a 10-mile radius. And then we received a KDOT grant, and we were able to expand the zone to the Legends in the Edwardsville community. So currently we have a 32-mile radius zone. This is our UPT data, which is unlinked passenger trip. It basically means ridership. So for a ridership from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, in the blue, that is KCATA ridership. And then in the orange, you have Unified Government Transportation ridership. So let's start with our most popular route, State Avenue. So State Avenue ridership from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of this year, that ridership is roughly 662,000. Then coming in second is the 106 Quindaro at 141,000. And third is the 104 Argentine at 102,000. And then lastly, you have the 107 7th Street at roughly 82,000. Now for the Unified Government Transportation Department, as we do own and operate 5 routes, our most popular route is the 102 Central, coming in at 69,000, Leavenworth Road, 31,000, 103 Fairfax, 26,000, 116 West Parallel, 23,000, and then the 118 18th Street at 24,000. Here is a 10-year trend of our fare revenue. Our average revenue, is 95,000, and you will see that from 2015 to 2019. But you see there is a significant drop from 2019 to 2020, and that is due to COVID. We went zero fare. You will see a 92% decrease in revenue. And we have been zero fare ever since. So our most thriving year is 2019, where we had a revenue of 103,000. And then thereafter, just a touch base in 2020. So in 2020, we received 23,000. In 2021, 8,000. 2022, 6,000. In 2023, we have a revenue of 11,000. Then in 2024, you see it increased. And we had a revenue of, currently still gaining revenue for our microtransit zone. So we introduced our microtransit, or reintroduced it, as we have extended the zone radius. And again, we have that fare base for microtransit. So far for 2024, we brought in 31,000. Now, provided a couple of scenarios at the bottom left-hand corner of this chart. If we were to charge fare, our base fare pre-COVID was $1.50 per trip. So if we were to charge based on our 2023 ridership of a total of 174,000, we would have had a revenue of 261,000. And if we would have charged the same for 2024 ridership. From January through August, the ridership was 125,000. We would have had a revenue of 180,000. So with that revenue, we are able to offset our operational costs and utilize it for capital contributions. Here you see a 13-year trend of our community obligation forecast with KCATA. This is basically our contract with KCATA, and I'm showing you a 13-year trend from 2016 to 2028. So I like to point out our average obligation has all pretty much been 3.8 million. That's how much we have paid to KCATA. For them to supplement some levels of our service. And that's the fixed route, paratransit, freedom on demand, marketing. And that's basically it, what our contract consists of. So we received COVID funds in 2020. You see right here, there's a little dip in 2020. And that's because it was, instead of paying there was a slight decrease in 2020 from 3.6 million to 3.4 million. So we used COVID funds to offset the obligations. That's why you see a small dip in 2020. So from 2020 through the outer years to currently, we have used COVID funds, ARPA funds, all the CARES, all of that has come in. We have offset our contractual agreement with KCATA with the COVID funds to keep us steady at 3.8 million. Now you see in 2024, from current to 2025, if we were to operate the same level of service, we would have a 57% increase in 2025. Okay, so that will go from 3.8, what we've been paying, to 6 million in 2025. That's a significant jump, 57%. So kind of keep that in mind. So therefore, after 2025, we will be faced with 100% of the funds, the costs, that's obligated to move forward with our KCATA contract. If we were to continue the same level of services, no change, we're looking at almost $9.3 million. That's why you see a significant increase in 2026. And then I've capped it at a 10% increase ongoing. That's my forecast. So in 2024, this year, I submitted a budget request and requested 2.4 million to continue the same level of services in 2025. That was not approved. So therefore, we needed to move forward with proposing some route changes. I also like to point out this right here, the increase in contractual services. That's not new to our county, so I don't want you to feel that it is. I would like to point out other counties have opted out of KCATA service. I'm not recommending it, but we are facing some financial constraints, and this is exactly why, because of ongoing increases. So with those counties, you have Grandview, Raytown, Gladstone, and Blue Springs that have opted out of KCATA service because of the increase in contractual agreement. So just bringing that to light. So what's next? How do we move forward? What do we plan to do? What are we recommending? Well, I'll tell you, we do have a plan to move forward. First, we want to, our 2025 objectives are to optimize our routes. We need to revamp. We need to strategize, look at our fixed routes in the area. Enhance our coverage based on our budget. And what I mean by that is utilizing microtransit to fill gapped areas, fixed route areas, or serve more of a dense population area. We want to continue our collaboration with KCATA by identifying grant opportunities. So mostly of our grants are capital grants, and we want to continue that partnership. Very rarely do you find operational grants for transit services, just FYI. Also this year, we did complete our comprehensive service analysis. We completed our analysis in February 2024. This analysis has played a pivotal role in utilizing vital statistics and up-to-date data of our FITS routes. So we utilize our comprehensive service analysis as a tool to move forward with the proposed changes that we will demonstrate for you all this evening. And a part of the comprehensive service analysis, we use demographic data. So it wasn't just our geographical area, it was the demographic data as well. Demographic data such as population density, minority population, median household income, low population and rent burden households, and other demographic data that is a part of your packet. And that is in the appendix section. So when you have a moment, I have provided a synopsis of each. And then lastly, a part of the comprehensive service analysis, we collaborated with the Kansas City Transportation Authority, KCATA. And within the working group, we included urban planning and zoning, as they did provide our master plans, such as GoDot Plan, KCK area plans, and planning sustainable places. So it was a collaborative effort to ensure that we had the right data. But this analysis aimed to assess passenger needs, enhance operational efficiency, evaluate performance, identify service gaps, and explore cost savings opportunities that we were able to bring to you today. Our long-term strategies include, just to reiterate, investing in microtransit to serve the dense population areas and gap areas of FITS route, offer multimodal flexibility, such as your on demand, bike share, your paratransit services for those who are eligible. We want to introduce service routes based on community development needs, based on community needs and economic development opportunity within our county. Again, continuously identify funding opportunities. And then lastly, we need to reinstate fare. We see this is not sustainable for our department. We've taken a sharp decline in revenue. So there I like to pause because I have provided a lot of information. And before we go into the second phase, I'd like to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I know that's quite a bit of information, and this is for information only. Committee, are there any questions, or we can kind of keep going and finish this out? Okay, yes, please continue.
I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Malloy.
Thank you, James Malloy, Planning and Urban Design. Again, we worked with UG Transit, KCATA, and KCATA rather to, develop a strategy for, how we can improve, enhance our service, how we can streamline it, make it more efficient with, within the confines, of budget, as well as within the confines of what our community, what our community is made up of, where we have opportunities within the community for different service, as well as, proposing changes that meet, our master plans like GoDot, like Plan KCK. So as you see up there on the screen, that is what our network would look like with our proposed changes. You might notice that, there's a little less service. Couple routes have been, couple routes eliminated, other routes reworked to try to keep a level of service to certain areas. We've also overlaid that with other existing services, like the KCMO routes, like our Johnson County routes. Again, none of the changes that we have proposed, were made lightly. Again, we looked at existing demographic data, economic development opportunities, and we looked within, our current plans and current planning strategy to try to best align everything. Next slide.
Can I say something as well? So real quick, we will build the map, excuse me, I can't talk right now, narrative for you. Just real quick, the QR code is live streaming. You're more than welcome to scan that QR code. Go to the next slide. So here you will see a micro transit. I wanted to add that layer of micro transit. So you see the elimination of not fully the Leavenworth Road. So what we plan to do is take over the 106 Quindaro and the 104 Argentine. So looking at Quindaro, and it may be a little easier if I go forward. Hold one moment before we speak on the route changes, because our last slide will display where the changes are taking place. And I think that'd be a little easier for everyone to visualize it. So give me one moment. But we have micro transit in the area. You see here, that's Leavenworth Road. Leavenworth Road route actually extended to the Legends, and we have cut it back to 61st Street. Okay, because again, we were not approved at 2.4 million to continue the same level of services. So we cut out the 18th Street and some part of Leavenworth Road. However, we do have micro transit in the area. Micro transit is a this is a one-time grant funded service. So micro transit, again, that's the on-demand Iris, where you download Iris, book your ride, it's a share ride service, it's $3 per person each way. Okay, but that is a grant and it will last me until next year. Now, we do have a RFP out for the Northeast Microtransit Zone, so that is coming online very soon. Hope to have that up and going no later than February. So you see that right here in the yellow. It's not active yet, but it will come on board next year. And then lastly, this is actually the slide that I was referring to earlier. You want to take over? You got it.
Yep, sure thing. James Malloy, Planning and Urban Design. So again, as Desiree has kind of alluded to, there have been route cuts. There are other route changes that are necessitated. Again, we're trying to use existing resources like our microtransit zones to supplement some of that service that will be going away as a result of, again, the realities of the resources we're provided. But again, on the map in red, you'll see areas where service is no longer running. The only exception is on 18th Street. Johnson County still has their route that travels up 18th Street into downtown Casey. So KCK. So there is some coverage there, but otherwise, up there kind of just shows on a map what these changes will look like, where service will still be, where service will not run. Next slide will kind of breaks everything down route by route.
Before you continue, Commissioner Biden, you had a question.
I just have a question because the 18th Street Bridge is going to be demolished. So I'm looking at a route from Joco on the prior slide. It's showing a Joco route coming all the way up to State Avenue, but that can't be true. I think that bridge is coming down in January.
Yeah, so currently, at the moment, we don't quite know how Johnson County is going to address rerouting that, if they're going to reroute it at all. We know the service will still exist. It won't travel 18th Street, obviously, but yeah, we didn't want to include anything that, we weren't aware of.
Whatever the reroute is, that bus would take that.
Right.
detour. Okay,
Yeah, but at the moment, we're not sure how that'll be addressed.
thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of go down, kind of a overall view. The two routes that are proposed to be eliminated are, again, the 18th Street route, which runs from 18th and Quindaro down to Mission Transit Center, and then the Leavenworth Road route, which runs from currently the former Indian Springs site along Leavenworth Road out to the Legends Village West area. As part of the elimination of the 113, we're going to be changing 106 to provide service on Leavenworth Road to 61st. Then we'll have it come down 59th along parallel over to KCC. With that as well, the 116 West parallel route, we're going to shorten to serve along parallel from KCC to Village West. Part of that is because if, shortening that route will allow us to run it more frequently. So run it at an hour rather than the 90 minutes. Provides a little more service to KCC, a little more service more frequently to Providence Medical Center. And it still maintains connection with existing routes. Excuse me. In addition to that, the UG Transit will take over operations of routes 104 and 106. As a part of that, the Saturday service will be eliminated from those routes. But those routes will run on, well, at least they're close to their existing service spans and frequencies. Again, that'll be, some of that will be determined on what the UG workforce looks like, which Desiree can expand on if needed. Another change is our 103 3rd Street. It won't be going to downtown KCMO anymore. We've rerouted it to where it'll loop back up to 18th and Quindaro. So it'll serve a little bit of the 118 route. It won't go down from Quindaro into Mission and Roland Park, but a little bit of service along that corridor will be maintained. Additionally, the 107, which will remain contracted by the KCATA, will be extended to the plaza, partially to provide additional connections and supplement some of the connections that are being lost with 103 and 106, stopping in downtown KCK rather than traveling across the bridge. And then 101 will have minimal changes. A couple trips may be reworked or moved to either Saturday or Sunday to provide a little more service on those days. But that's kind of an overview of it. Desiree, if you want to go back and kind of just show the map again, just so you can kind of see how that looks. And I know that's a lot. We'll give you guys a second to, kind of look over, and, we're happy to take questions.
As Commissioner Davis, thank you all so much. On our slides, we have a little bit more of the scenario analysis and things of that nature.
Yes, I can get into that already.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So I will tell you there was a change effective last week, and I tried to send that change, but you all already have the current packet. So I just want to tap in to inform you that scenario 2 doesn't exist. I'm going with scenario 1, scenario 3, but on my books is 2 scenarios. Okay, so originally we were looking to start the changes January 1st. However, we have determined that we have, of course, more cons than there are pros, and ultimately, start with the pros. We have some cost savings, roughly 350,000 if we were to incorporate all the changes starting January 1st. With the 350,000, we can allocate the cost changes to other operational costs that to help maintain current operations of our capital. However, the cons associated with that is ridership disruption. With all the current eliminations of what we presented, you're looking at roughly about 6 major changes, and to have that level of changes presented to the public in such a short amount of time of 3 months remaining in 2024, it will be a disruption to the public. So quick eliminations can lead to a significant inconvenience for existing riders. Also, you have public backlash. That is a possibility. We have received numerous calls and emails, and I have received some emails from commissioners voicing, their concerns on behalf of our constituents. But ultimately, with this level of services, we want to ensure a time frame of planning, significant planning, because to have, again, 3 months to plan all of this, we are facing some operational challenges such as route software, changes, our staff training, also public engagement. We need the time to meet with the public, and more folks are going to be willing to meet with us in the summertime, nicer months versus us telling them in the dead winter that we're cutting your transit services. And you have, by that time, I'm probably meeting with them in November, December. And by that time, I'm saying, well, you only have roughly 2 weeks to find another resource. So we want to be mindful of the services that we do provide to the county, and ensure that we are able to communicate it effectively and bring awareness to the fact so that others can plan as well. Just because it's our emergency, it's not everyone else's emergency as well. When you discuss World Cup connection disruption, that's more associated with World Cup planning, taking away any level of service that does disrupt regional connectiveness and planning for World Cup. So starting from January to the World Cup game, you're looking at roughly 619 days remaining to plan World Cup. So kind of keeping that in the back of the mind. And I know we have other detours that are online, such as the 18th Street Bridge, and hopefully by that time it will come back online for the World Cup. But I know right now we're looking at probably a 2-year time span for that. I am proposing to start the alternative service options mid-July 2025. And the reason being, it will some of the pros include limited operational challenges. So that gives us time to train our staff, ensure that we are able to properly either go out for RFP or secure our contract with our routing software. We'll have the ability to control rider disruption. So that's us going out, meeting with the public, educating them, informing them, providing new wraps or not only wraps, but on our vehicles, but maps as well. But it will allow us to fully engage with the public, so that they are aware and can find other alternatives or can plan accordingly to utilize some of the other fixed routes that will be available. Some of the cons include this does come at a budget impact of roughly $895,000 for 2025. We will continue the same level of services for 6 months because we have a 6-month contract with KCATA. And then in Q3 and Q4 of 2025, we will scale back our services, what we displayed, cut, the Leavenworth Road, the 118, optimize parallel, the 103, take over the 104 and the 106, all of that to start mid-year 2025. Again, anytime you cut routes, regardless of the time of year, it still impact to our regional connections. We will not have a direct south connection, but the 402 Johnson County route does serve during peak times for 18th Street. So just because the 18th Street Bridge is closed, they will more than likely reroute their bus to serve during peak time. So we still have some level of access. So here is a snapshot of our fixed route connections. I discussed earlier our transit hubs. One of our transit hub most popular, 7th in Minnesota, will have 6 routes stopping at 7th in Minnesota. And then for 47th and State, we'll have the 101 State Avenue and the 102 Central. Then the Legends will have the 101 State Avenue, 116 West Parallel. And then we'll have a stop at KCK Community College, and we'll have State Avenue, West Parallel, and Quindaro to stop at KCK Community College. And then lastly, the Mission Transit Center stop will be the 402 only. Here's proposed routes. So instead of 9 fixed routes for the county, we will now be 7. And we are proposing pretty much all the frequency to be 60 minutes. Any frequency decrease from 60 minutes or an increase, of 60 minutes. We do not find most folks finding that route useful because you have to put yourself in their position versus sitting outside waiting 90 minutes for a bus. Would you rather wait 90 minutes or 60 minutes? Well, I know me firsthand, I'd rather wait, 60 minutes, but the 101 frequency will not change. And instead of 4 routes on the weekends, we'll now narrow down to 2, the 101 and 7th Street. So, according to FTA regulations, We are mandated to move forward with the Title V analysis to ensure the access of our services for the public, limit our disproportionate impact. We have to strategize our community outreach, review compliant procedures, and then if we have faced any language barriers, we'll have an interpreter for the public. As that does come at a cost of roughly $20,000 to complete our Title VI analysis for the route changes. And that concludes all my information. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Bush. Committee, I want to hold off on questions. I want to knock out public comment first because this is an information only item, and then we'll go ahead and discuss. And then I do want to move on to our land bank applicants because I know that they are waiting very patiently. So Clerk, I'll ask, are there any written comments from the public that were received?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Are there any hands raised online?
We have one hand raised, Lisa Walker Yeager.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please state your name and city of residence.
Lisa Walker Yeager, Kansas City, Kansas. I'd like to thank you because your job in handling the logistics is quite difficult. At this moment, I work for KCTA and I do drive the 101. And I do know that I also was instrumental in getting busing back in the day with the grassroots project, with getting all the busing out to Legends. Because one of the problems was they were building it, but nobody can get to it to work. And that's what's going to take me back to as of today in 2024. Right now, we have, Wyandotte County has a large portion of people that are handicapped that basically do ride the 101, that do basically ride the 106. Having getting to and from work, out to the Legends, out to the facility, I can't think of the name, that big facility, I can't think of it, where they do all, starts with the Amazon. We had only two, I think I had 2 routes that went that way on one of the routes that we rode. So those people need to get back and forth to work. And 60 minutes is really pushing it hard for them to get to and back and forth to work. Even on the weekends, those jobs have to be completely filled. And I think that we need to renegotiate. Y'all need to either, I don't know for sure with the KCTA part, but I know that you need to go back to the drawing board when it comes to that. I'm very familiar with the amount because you have the small buses. You have not, unless you're going to bring back the larger buses, because there's a slew of handicap that ride the bus. I know one way, just on the 101, one way, and that's just one route that I was driving.
You have 1 minute
One way
remaining.
is probably about 5 to 6, sometimes 6 to 7 people just one way. So I think we need to reiterate this because we are the lower income here in Wyandotte County, and they do need to be able to get back and forth to work. So this needs to be relooked at in all levels. For keeping people their jobs, we have BPU is off the chain with their fees. People need their jobs, and they need to be able to get back and forth to work through public assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other folks online that want to provide a public comment?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. And we are taking notes here, so I appreciate everyone being patient. For folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to provide public comment for this specific item? Awesome. Please come forward and state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes. Oh, please. Yes. Make sure.
Wyatt, Kansas City, Kansas. The bus routes that we have is not sufficient. I know people who works at the Legend, like she was saying, and also at the casino. And I think the bus stop running at 11:30. Some of those people get off at 12, so it's useless. I think we need to worry about Wyandotte County and not Johnson County. I know you're trying to make some routes to Johnson County, but I think we need to take care of our area in Wyandotte County. It's always been a problem in the Northeast. 3rd Street, 5th Street, they used to go to the River Key, but Missouri need to take care of River Key. We just need to take care of our people that are coming from the projects, 5th Street, Gateway, that's trying to get to Minnesota. I think that is sufficient. When I worry about going to River Key, there's no jobs over there for us. And the people over there trying to get to Fairfax or trying to get over here, they need the buses over Missouri run real well. So they can get to Kansas City, Kansas. There's no problem. They're running all the time. We're the one having a problem. We're in Wyandotte County trying to get people to the Ledge, to any place out west. So if you stop at 63rd Street or you stop at the college, you didn't cut off everybody that's trying to get out west. No, you know, it's senseless to have everything out west and the people in the city can't get there. So like she said, it need to be taken another look at what they're doing. Everybody in here has a car, so they can get where they want, but you gotta look at the people who don't have cars, who's trying to get where they're trying to get to. You have to put yourself in their places. And if you do that, things will change. So I'm just saying that what's been done, it's not gonna service inner city. It's not gonna serve the people who really need.
You have 1 minute remaining.
To really need to get to work or get to Legend, Walmart, any of those places. We don't have anything in the inner city because they tore everything down and they didn't bring anything back. So what I'm saying, until they bring something back, well, we don't have to worry about going all the way to the Legend, to Walmart, or all those places out there. People really need to get there. And it's our job, it's your job that you've been elected to a job or a commissioner to make sure that people can get out west, not by worry about getting to Johnson County. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any folks that are here in person that would like to provide a public comment on this item? Okay, let the record show no other hands have been raised. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion. Thank you all. Committee, I'm sure there are a lot of questions. Again, this item is for information only, so we aren't necessarily voting on this. However, staff has made some recommendations on how we will move forward. And so certainly we can have further discussion with Director Bush and have this come back for consideration to see what other items or what other considerations can be made. But again, this is for information only, so do keep that in mind. Are there questions? Yes, Commissioner Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Bush, for the presentation. And also Mr. Malloy. I just want to start, and this is, as Commissioner Davis has said, an introduction to us so that we can come back if possible and comment on some of these. But let me say that the motivating factor behind these changes was the request for revenue neutral. So there is a sting to everybody. I said this publicly, that there was going to be a price to be paid. Unfortunately, we didn't know what that was going to look at, but every department was hit. So for those of you who are wondering why that came from, that's how it started. So I just have some basic questions with regard to, and this is pretty elaborate. I'll have to really look at this, but just tell me with the Quindaro and going from 3rd Street what would be available to get someone from Third Street out to the Legends? Would it be a combination of taking a bus route and then the other options that you talked about? The ride share, correct me if I'm calling it the wrong thing, and what would the cost be? How would that differ, if at all, to a rider?
Yeah, good question. Desiree Bush, Director of the Unified Government Transportation Department. To answer your question, Commissioner Townsend, if one lived in the Northeast community, specifically the Third Street, if they utilized the Third Street Fairfax route, it will extend to the 7th and Minnesota Transit Hub. Anytime that you are transported to a hub, you can transfer to any other FITS route. So for the 7th Street, page 18, you'll see for 7th Street, you have 6 FITS route lines. Yeah.
Could you put the demographic up there or the depiction that you can show? Because I'm not seeing where these are numbered, so I would put the wrong one.
I necessarily didn't number them, but just going to this one here. So here we have the Northeast community. You have some red lines in here, but I'd like to point out this is the existing 106 Quindaro. This is actually the highway. They utilize the highway right here. So of course there aren't any stops on there. So if you were kind of in your mind, imagine that this red line right there does not exist because that is the highway. It's just a route only. But if one were to utilize FITS route services in Northeast community, they would take either the 103 or they could utilize the 106 Quindaro, take it to 7th in Minnesota, and then they can transfer to any other line like the State Avenue that goes to Legends or West Parallel.
Okay, and are any of the routes, the routing that you just described, due to be eliminated?
No.
Okay.
The 101 will remain the same. We're not touching the 101. That's our most popular route and the one that goes out to the Legends. We have the 116. We are optimizing the parallel route. So instead of 47th Street, we're going to start it at KCK Community College, which will give us the opportunity to increase our frequency from 90 minutes to 60 minutes. Because remember, we want to increase frequency for it to be a convenience for our commuters. Most folks, we see a decrease in ridership when you have a frequency of 90 minutes because they are standing outside waiting for the bus for an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about, well, here's another quick one. I jotted down a number, 895,000. And when you were discussing some of the scenarios, what does that number represent?
Oh, based on the scenarios, that number represented the budget impact to start all the changes mid-2025, July 2025.
Okay, so that was the number of cuts.
That's the budget that I would request in 2025, 895,000 to continue the
that
same
is the
level of services for the first 6 months. And
Okay.
then we'll make all the changes mid-2025, July of 2025. So continue the same level of services, no changes effective January 1st.
Mhm.
We'll change it in July.
Mhm.
So instead of 2.4 million, right, to continue the same level of service, now we have decreased it with all the changes to 895,000.
So the method to get from Third Street to the Legends that you just discussed, would that still be the same October 10th of next year after you start the changes?
Yes.
That wouldn't change?
Yes, no, that would not change. We want to ensure that our recommendation provides inclusive transportation.
Mhm.
And it serves a core area because keep in mind, we utilized our comprehensive service analysis, which was completed in February of this year. So with that analysis, we had a focus of zero car household, minority population, low income population. So we do not want to take transportation away from core areas. We want to ensure we keep it there and provide an extra level of transportation options, which include what you mentioned before, ride share, microtransit. It's Ride KC on demand microtransit, which is basically a Uber / Lyft type of service that is fare based. It's $3 per person each way. And that will come online for the Northeast community, hopefully January, February 2025.
So that will be available the early part of the year.
Yes, that's coming online regardless because we have a grant for that. Remember, it's a one-time grant though.
And who can use that? Who would be likely?
Anyone,
that?
there's no pre-approval process. It's open to the public as long as you are 13 years of age and older, with parents' permission being 13. But you can download the app and pay for your $3 fare within the app and utilize the transit service.
And the $3 fare, would the $3 fare get you from, say, 3rd Street to the Legends?
The $3 fare will, because we are connecting it to our Midtown to Legends zone. So since I joined the department, I always aim to expand micro transit countywide and receiving one-time grant opportunities. Yes, it is a pilot, but it gives us an opportunity to test it. So I can come back to commission in the future, provide that data to you all, and then you decide if you want to move forward with continuing to support micro transit. We find it being a challenge when it's in a specific small zone area. When you bring about other zones, you want to connect it so they can actually utilize the service from the Northeast community all the way to the Legends. It is $3. It's the most affordable compared to other jurisdictions.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be other questions later, but those were some that were preeminent in my mind. And you will be going out to the public, you're saying, to talk more about these options and the changes that will come the second half of next year.
That is correct. I will meet with livable neighborhood groups, neighborhood associations, and if you all would like us to come out to speak to any subgroups, special groups, please email me, let me know, and I'll be sure to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Okay. I do want to just make some clarifying, or at least ask a clarifying question. So we have, right, KCATA, which is kind of metro-wide. There was conversation on the Johnson County bus service. Are Wyandotte County taxpayers paying for that service, or what is the relationship between Johnson County and that route in Wyandotte County?
We do not have any cost sharing metrics with Johnson County or even, Missouri routes. So for our source of revenue to support our routes is specifically for Wyandotte County only.
Gotcha. I just wanted to make sure that that was kind of cleared out, that we were not paying for it. That service, again, because KCATA is a metro, so it does extend across county lines,
Yeah.
but it's not necessarily being paid for by Wyandotte County taxpayers. Last thing I'll say on this is I hope our community pays attention to this. I know there was some activity and some folks that were wanting to add their own perspective on what routes should or should not be cut. I do remember the budget request that you all put in, and we were using and have been using COVID dollars and ARPA dollars to help. Now that those dollars have ended, we have to decide as a community, do we want to fund those operations or not? And the fact is, it is going to impact particularly our lower income residents or folks that choose not to drive a car or cannot afford to have a vehicle. And so that's the other side of going revenue neutral. You all are one of many, many departments that are having to deal with that particular impact. And I will ask for order in the gallery. Thank you. And so thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and continue on to our land bank options as well. But thank you so much, Mr. Malloy and Director Bush. Mr. Knapp, you could come on up here. All right. So we are transitioning to our land bank option applications. Go ahead and get settled and get that online. Yeah, if you all can put those, we usually have the applications on screen. Yeah, just so everybody can see what we're discussing and the folks here can see that as well. All right, take it away, Mr. Knapp.
Thank you, Commissioner. For tonight, was planning to go, we can go through A7 through A14, and then go through B1 and C1 and then come back for the Nehemiah project at the end. I think we can go through the other ones really fast. So the first one is A7. It's at 3431 Barnett Avenue. It's for a single family home. We didn't receive any comments from staff or the neighborhood groups. Next one is at 1517 North 55th Street. It's for a single family home. The plan is to sell it for $250,000. A9 is at 3501 Lush Drive. The plan is to sell this one for $260,000. A10 is at 17 South 13th Street. There's two of them. There's another one down here at 13th and Ridge. This is a new builder to the land bank. We did get a support comment from the neighborhood group, but they did ask questions. The neighborhood group, I did send these questions to the applicant, but I didn't get an answer for them. These questions were like, will these homes be owner occupied? How will you ensure these homes are affordable? I didn't get an answer for that, but I did get a support for the project for them. A11 is at 841 North 84th Street. This is a new builder to the land bank, but they do have building experience. So I didn't receive any comments from the neighborhood group or the staff on this one. Next one is A12 and it's at 1852 South Early Street. I did receive a support comment from the neighborhood group saying that we would love for single family homes to be in our neighborhood. And that's exactly what this is. A13 is at 1122 Lafayette Avenue. This is for a single family home. This person wants to live in this home. They don't have any building experience, but they want to be able to build and own their own home. I do have a land bank advisory board comment from Groundworks. They're in opposition to this because of this home falls into an area where there's no neighborhood groups, and the Groundworks wants to meet with them to but I can't really see why. It's zoned R2. It's zoned for a single family home. It's their first build. They're going to build it to live in it. So the next one is A14. This is a little bigger project, so I'm going to take a little bit more time on this one. They're requesting 7 lots to build 7 homes. This is a new builder to the land bank. Last month, they did get this 2601 Roland down here approved last month. But they came back. They actually submitted these applications like four days apart, so they missed our deadline by 4 days. So that's why they're in two different meetings. I do have the land bank advisory board comments. They're opposing it. because they would like a 2-month hold on this one due to the size and scope of the project. The neighborhood group comments, I do have to say this is the same person that's on the neighborhood group and on the Land Bank Advisory Board. So the neighborhood group one, they said that they were granted an option on 9/20/26 due to the scope of the project. They wanted to hold it for 2 months. I believe the applicant is here for this one. If he's not, I do have some comments from him. So that kind of sums up the A section.
Sure, yeah, and we will jump to A15 and give that its own attention right after we conclude this. Committee, actually, let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and jump and let's do public comment first in committee. We'll have you all answer questions and then I'll be asking for a vote afterwards. So clerk, have you received any comments for A7 through A14?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands online for A7 through A14?
We have one hand raised. Eleonora Jefferson.
Okay, all right, please state your name, city of residence. Ms. Jefferson, you'll have 3 minutes.
Eleanor Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. Good evening, commissioners. I have 2 comments, one on A13 and one on A14. A13 does not have a neighborhood group, as Mr. Knapp stated. And what we're doing is that this is a good opportunity to exercise the notice to areas that do not have neighborhood groups. We've already talked with Livable Neighborhoods, has the ability to use their database to generate addresses within a certain area. In planning, it's 200 feet. It looks like we may be using 200 feet here because it looks like that there are contiguous lots and so forth. But we would like to have an opportunity to have a robust neighborhood meeting, test that notice, and then move on with that. So that's the rationale for asking for a hold for 30 days. The comment on A14, alter support, as Mr. Knapp said, it was just approved last Thursday. And the scope of this project is that all of the houses would be, as I look at it, would be 1 bedroom, 1 bath. They all would be built on slabs. They all would be built in a row, kind of like row housing. And that's right across the street from the Peregrine Falcon subdivision. So the purpose of, well, let me also add that last month, we did not hold a neighborhood meeting. We just asked for a comment for that application to be held, but that was not done. So we've never had an opportunity of meeting with the 501c3, meeting with the builder and asking our questions that we have. So that's the reason for asking that to be a hold. And we'll be doing the same type of a thing as we look a little bit closer. If we need to have Livable Neighborhoods generate a list, we will make sure that the surrounding neighbors have an opportunity to come and express their opinions. So you see the Peregrine Falcon just right to the right. So thank you very much. Those are my 2 comments.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Are there any other folks online wanting to provide a comment for these items?
We have another hand raised.
Yep.
Lisa Walker Yeager.
You'll have 3 minutes, Ms. Walker.
I would like to ditto what Ms. Jefferson stated, but also my concern about the properties that were the 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, they were going to be built across the street from Peregrine Falcon. To me, that would not benefit the area or the property at Peregrine Falcon. And it does not make it family orientated. So I personally would go against that particular build, the 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, which should not feature any other, it's not a family environment type. And it appears not to even be, which will lower the value within the community, especially Peregrine Falcon. So those I would not be in agreement to at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other folks online that have their hands raised?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. For the folks that are here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak on the applications A7 through A14? Yes, please come forward, state your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Pamela Penn Hicks, Wyandotte County. I want to talk about the overall process that you have, not just the specific issues here. We're looking at a revitalization process in the Northeast, and some things have come to my attention that I think this committee needs to address. The first one is that.
Ma'am, this is public comment for those specific.
I know that, but this is all entwined into that process, so.
You can
if you
relate
don't
them
mind.
back to the applications. That would be great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. First of all, the area is a gold mine. But we know that how it got to be, all these properties got to be in the land bank, most of them through tax foreclosures over time. As a person who has paid attention to this process, I just want to say that when you disinvest and invest in the community, this is the kind of thing you're going to get. 4,200 properties in that area that are now being utilized to bring back profit. So in looking at that, we figured that if you don't have any return on your investment other than it going on the tax rolls, Wyandotte County is actually losing a great deal of money, giving property away at no cost. And there's no requirement that any of that money that is made from those properties as they are developed comes back to the community. Secondly, the area has been rezoned through the Northeast Master Plan, and a lot of areas are now, instead of being R1, which is single family, are now R5, which would allow apartments and so forth that do not match with the existing character of the community, which is mostly single family homes. We also have an issue with how some of those determinations are made as to who has access to those
You have 1 minute
properties.
remaining.
And as we are starting to see, developers are now coming in who want to bring in shotgun houses, row houses. Those things do not fit with the character of our community. So I would like to say that that particular development that you just spoke of, Ms. Elnora spoke of, Ms. Jefferson, definitely does not fit in with the character of that particular neighborhood. And I would also caution that in many other areas, some of the other developments do not do so. And when it comes to community engagement, 200 feet is not sufficient. And also, just going to livable neighborhoods and neighborhood groups is not sufficient. Many people who live in the area have a vested interest in making sure that their property values are maintained, that they do not get hit with larger tax bills, especially when there's no return back to the coffers of the UG to help sustain the community. I thank you
Time
for your
has
time.
expired.
Thank you. Are there other folks in the gallery that would like to speak to A7 through A14, any of those items? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for those applications. Thank you all so much. We are taking notes and again, trying to move things along. I know you all are waiting for some items that will be coming up next, so I appreciate the patience. Okay, committee, these items are for action. The two that were requested for a hold were A13 and A14 due to the need for community members to meet and to get more information for the developer, but wanted, yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to know if the applicants for either of items 13 or 14 are present, either here tonight or by phone.
I'm not seeing any hands raised online.
Okay.
I do have one, Alicia. Is that one of the applicants, Judd?
Yeah, so the two applicants that we have on paper, it looks like Jorge Gutierrez and Alter Support. And so if anyone knows of those individuals or represents them. Okay. Yeah, so they are not here, Commissioner Townsend.
If I could,
Alter
this
Support
Laverne
told me that
Murray,
Hold on,
the
hold on.
Miss,
Mr. Murray, hold on.
sure.
Commissioner Townsend, I know you were speaking, so they are not here, so I want you to continue. What
Well,
else
you
did you
can
have?
go ahead. Thank you. And let
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Murray.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that I know that the Alter Support applicant was here for the last meeting, had 4 children with them. So I assume maybe they left with the 4 kids getting antsy, but just wanted to point out they were here.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
And is that the person or company who we approved items for? Mr. Knapp, you said there was one approved last week, but they missed the deadline, and that's why is this the same entity, same person?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And it's on the same street. It's like 2601 Roland, or it's like
We
right
do
on the-
still have that hand raised. It might be the presenter for the properties. Do you want us to check?
Yes.
Yes, if
If they pertain to
it's
either
okay
of
with the
those
committee.
two. Yeah.
Yes, if the person who has their hand raised, because we have closed the public comment portion, but if you are in any way, shape, or form connected to one of these applications, please do enlighten us.
Yes, hello. My name is Alicia Van, and I am a part of Alter Support, one of the applicants.
Okay. Was there anything you wanted to tell us about your application, ma'am?
Well, I spoke with Miss Elnora earlier today, and we will sit down and have a true discussion in the following month, and then we will gather more ideas and come together with a better plan, and then we're going to come back and present.
Okay. All right.
And question, I'm sorry, what was your last name, ma'am?
Van.
What was it?
Van.
Van. Okay, thank you.
Van.
Van.
Alicia Van. Miss Van.
Thank you, Ms. Van. The homes that are shown here, well, not homes yet, but these are the ones that are on slab foundations close to Peregrine Falcon. Just want to make sure.
Actually, Judd has been in contact with me via email, and he has stated that the houses that was submitted will not meet the requirement and that we need a different plan, and we will have basements, and they will not be 1 bedrooms. They will definitely be 2 or 3 bedrooms, but I have been in contact with him as well.
For these particular lots.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay, so it sounds to me as though putting this aside so we can really see what the new proposal is that Ms. Van has, correct any questions, comments, changes, would be something that I would support, because it sounds like the project has changed. So with respect to A14 by Alter Support, I would move that be set aside and we revisit them at the next time this committee meets. And that should give the neighborhood groups and Ms. Van and anyone else related as a builder to that plenty of time to meet and come back. That would be my motion.
Okay. Hold that motion just very, very quickly. So we also have A13 as well, and there's also a request for a holdover as well for time to meet. Commissioner, would you like to revise your motion and include that application as well, or do you want to discuss that separately?
Well, yeah, let's discuss that separately because I am not clear on why that one was a holdover request.
Okay. Let's hold that. Committee, for any of the other items outside of A13 and A14, were there other questions about that? Okay, cool. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and vote on the motion. I'll second that motion to hold over 813. We're going to vote on the rest of the
14.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll second that motion for A14. We'll go ahead and discuss the other items that are left and vote on them and then return to 813. So I'll second that motion. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill. Aye. Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And let's hold for that last application for A13. But is there a motion for applications A7 through A13?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Commissioner Davis, if I can clarify, did you mean A7 through 12, or did you want to include 13 in that?
A7 through 12. Yes, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and Commissioner, let me restate the motion. So the motion is to approve applications A7 through A12. Everybody's good on that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now we are at A13. Thank you all for being with us. There was a request from Groundworks Energy to have a discussion and speak with the other neighbors, as well as a 200 radius to reach out to those folks. I'm not aware of, and maybe Mr. Knapp, you can enlighten me on what that process is, or do you know anything about what Livable Neighborhoods is doing to reach these folks that are not currently registered as a neighborhood group in our system?
What I usually do is I send it to the, I send it to Groundworks because this is their area. If there's no neighborhood group, I send it to them to see if they have any comments. We have never really noticed anyone 200 feet. And Eleanor says she wants to test it out. Should we punish this applicant for like a test?
Sure.
That's my thoughts on it.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Mr. Knapp, I need a little bit more clarity. What is the relationship? What is this with 200 feet concerning 1122 Lafayette? What is that about? I'm not following that.
It's in our new policy, there is a request, I think Groundworks came our last commission meeting and requested a list of policy changes. And one of those was that the land bank changed their policy to notify everyone within 200 feet of a land bank application.
But that is not our current policy.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. You go over a lot of applications. To your recollection, has this applicant been before us before?
No, and they're going to live in this home.
They're going to live in it, you said? That's the
Yes,
plan?
yeah, and it's the only request that they have.
Okay. It would be unfair, in my opinion, to try to put toward this applicant, they're not even rules and regulation because they're not part of our current policy. So I would move that we move forward and approve A13. I'm sorry, yeah, that's A13.
Okay, there is a motion to approve A13. Is there a second? That motion fails upon there not being a second. So we still have this item that is before us. I'll say a couple of things just to provide context. So November 4th, which is our next Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee meeting, we will be voting on a new policy that does include neighborhood notification for the applicant. And so the applicant would have to go and do that work. Right now, I'm slightly confused on who would pay. I know Livable Neighborhoods would help maybe generate the addresses, but who would pay for notifying those property owners? And then what does that look like? Mr. Knapp, do you have any clue on kind of what that would entail?
I have no idea. And frankly, this is the first time I've heard that they were going to test the 200-foot notice on this applicant tonight. So.
Yeah, and we do have that process of notification, but it's in the planning and zoning, right? Which is different from what we're discussing here in the land bank. But we do have this item that's before us committee. We can take no action. We can move this to our next meeting on November 4th. Any comments? What would you all like to do with this application? Yeah, Commissioner Bynum.
Well, we can hold it over for 30 days and the neighborhood group can do as they will do. I don't think that if we were to hold it, that it precludes them from doing one thing or another, correct?
Them as in the applicant?
The neighborhood group.
Yeah, no, I mean, we weren't necessarily provided with information on who would do that or how it would be paid for. But if we want to hold it over, we can.
I just hate for it to be lost because we had a motion but no second. And I'm not sure what becomes of the application at that point.
I'm trying to keep it alive right now.
Me too.
New Green Deputy Chief Counsel, yeah, if the motion had no second, then it would just be out there in limbo and it could be brought back again. But it wouldn't move forward, definitely.
Other questions, Commissioner Bynum? Commissioner Townsend, I know you had originally made the motion to approve. I don't know if that would get the support, but would you be amenable to a 30-day holdover at the very least so that this application stays alive and they're able to still meet and we can kind of see what happens in November with this application?
Well, here's the problem I have with that. I just think it's unfair to this individual. There's no reason to hold this over. You know, the ask was for some standard that is not applicable to any and everyone. So when we talk about trying to get land bank taken care of, and especially the smaller individuals who want to develop and live there, I just didn't see a reason to hold it over. Usually when we're holding it over, there's some specific reason, but to try to hold it over for reasons that are not part of our process for land bank is just not fair, in my opinion. So I would say again, I would just move to approve this one.
Okay.
Bynum second.
All right. Clerk, you can get the roll.
Roll call, Hill. Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Moving on to A15, which is the Nehemiah project. Thank you all for being patient with us. This particular application, I know, does have some folks here that are wanting to present. So if you all would like to come forward, and we do have some seating available here up front and then some in the back. And so, yeah, you all can come forward and provide some commentary on your project. We would love for you to do so. Awesome. I understand there is an accompanying slideshow that is also, do we have that ready to go? Can we put that up there now, just so we can get things going? Mr. Knapp, don't go anywhere. Oh, Judd, you can sit right here in front. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So before we go forward with your presentation, Mr. Knapp, well, actually, you know what, we'll hold on that. You all present, we'll have Mr. Knapp do kind of the regular application stuff, and then we'll go from there. But appreciate you all's patience. Please take it away. And do introduce yourself and not city of residence, just introduce yourself and then take it from there.
Pastor Terry Bradshaw, Jr.
Eric Winchell.
Oh, make sure that the mic is green when you're speaking.
Eric Winchell.
Don Kelly Construction.
Steve Hooks, LMK.
Awesome.
Craig Donnell, DMEC.
Okay, take it away, gentlemen.
I want to thank you all for hearing us tonight. It's an honor and a privilege to speak before you. A year and about 4 weeks ago, I was lying in KU Medical Center from a mild stroke in intensive care. What was ironic was while I was in the hospital and while I was recovering, it wasn't from the pain of the stroke. It was the burden that I carry for the northeast side of town and Quindaro to see it resurrected. Every day I fought to get healthy and strong for that mission, and I made a promise to this community that I would not rest until that happened. Tonight, this project will be a big step in fulfilling that promise. I want to celebrate Commissioner Townsend, Commissioner Hill, and Commissioner Bynum for their leadership and forward thinking concerning the housing crisis in the northeast side of town. It is my prayer that after tonight, we will continue to collaborate for the greater good of the northeast side of town. I want to also let you know, because of that crisis, we are dedicating every one of the lots awarded tonight to housing to ensure we are the answer to that crisis. Lastly, tonight, I dedicate the Nehemiah Project to the legacy and life of Charles Langston, who was the conductor in the Underground Railroad and every other courageous runaway slave that was either killed or wounded on these hollow grounds of Quindaro in their pursuit of freedom and equality. We are because they were. I'm going to turn it over to Don Kelly.
Thank you. Don Kelly Construction. This project is a multi-use type project where we're looking to do single family housing as well as senior housing. I don't have to bore you with letting you understand the fact that anytime you have a community where you have a healthy housing market, it always makes the community stronger. The pride that you have with being able to have a home that you can call yours, that you're not renting, that that can be some affordable housing. We are looking to try to be able to make sure that we can provide that type of housing in that community for affordable housing. But with that, there's also an aging market, with people in the community that there's a need for senior housing. The baby boomer generation in 1946 is when we started to have the issues with seniors, starting to come into this whole baby boomer era where now we're starting to see now every day there's at least 10,000 people turning 65. 4,000 people a day are turning 85. And so with the baby boomers coming into the market to need the care, there's 70% of people over 85 need some type of care that's long-term. And with this senior housing, we would be able to provide that care. Most senior housing is big box. Big box housing is a hard transition for seniors when they're moving from their home to a large facility. You tend to see that in those type of scenarios that seniors tend to have somewhere around a 6-month transition to being able to feel comfortable and feel like they are part of that community. And a lot of times you don't ever actually see seniors feel comfortable in a big box. But when you transition from a house to a community home, which the ones we're proposing would be 12 to 16 units, depending on the approval of what the unified government would approve. You're looking at not only smaller communities, but you're looking at a higher level of care. The big box communities, you tend to have a ratio of anywhere from 10 to 15 to 1. Where in the smaller communities, you tend to have about a 3 to 1 type of ratio. And so with this plan with doing the single family housing as well as doing some small community senior housing, we feel like this plan would be a plan that would be very beneficial to this area to where it'll meet the needs that's required.
Craig Donnell. I'm a lifelong resident of,
Yeah, so sorry. You can move your microphone back just a little bit. Yep, yeah, it'll pick up. So yeah, I just want to make sure you come through clear.
all right,
Yeah, you're good, you're good.
I'm a lifelong resident of Wyandotte County. Born and raised here, had the opportunity to leave many, many times. I'm a business owner. We operate within the Wyandotte County. We have a restaurant as well. We also operate nationwide. We've got projects in California, all across the country. But as I said before, I had the opportunity to leave Wyandotte County, but instead I decided to stay and fight for Wyandotte County. We had enough light. You know, I walk these streets. I've seen this used to be a vibrant community. So this is what this is about, bringing economic development back to Wyandotte County, creating opportunities for people that want to come back to Wyandotte County. You know, in order to do that, we got to develop a community. We got to develop a strong community. We got a strong housing and things to do when you're here. I mean, my children was raised here. All of them are gone. But we've talked and they said if Wyandotte County would get things back like when we grew up, we'd come back. Okay, that's all I have to say at this point.
Actually, I don't know where you changed the slides at.
Yeah, is there a clicker that we can give? There you go. All right.
Well, they kind of went off the grid on this presentation, so I'm just kind of catch us up a little bit about the project overview. They kind of talked about what we're actually doing, phase 1, phase 2, single family and senior living. We kind of pivot off the community center.
Can you speak up just a little bit louder? Yeah.
Now y'all can hear me.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, reverse. Yeah, you're good.
All right, so we kind of pivoted off the community center. So it's just, we still are doing single family homes and senior living facilities. The community center is been put on hold based off conversations we had previous to this meeting. Just a snapshot of what we're doing. Kansas City, Kansas competes with the surrounding municipalities for the share of the local workforce and the tax-based revenue generation associated with it. Most of the residential workforce lives in Kansas City, Kansas for job opportunities. Only 20,867 residents, 30% live and work in the city. Gutting the urban core. The urban core has seen little economic growth, disincentivizing locals from taking up residence there and impeding the city from maintaining or securing any additional tax base. And I want to just kind of go on. The purpose of this development is cultivating partnerships with community champions, empowering neighborhood groups to promote collective ownership, cultivating local entrepreneur spirits and small business development, leveraging Neighborhood Vitalization Act, providing private security and encouraging establishments of self-improvement districts, incorporating crime prevention throughout the environmental design, promoting energy efficient, combat food insecurity. I'm sorry. How do you go back here? Combat food insecurity for addressing food desert and aligning with common needs and values. You know, vision and goals, pretty much. It's not showing up, so I'm just gonna skip that. creating a central hub for community activists and worship, promoting social, cohesive cultural events and spiritual growth. And then I just want to give a location of our site, because I know we didn't talk about that. Judd didn't kind of mention our site location. And so these are our site locations for single family and senior living. As you see, Yeckert, which we're announcing, that will be the Yeckert on Heritage Trail project. And we're gonna be, it's 15 lots there, which will be 15 single-family homes. And then on 18th Street and 20th Street will be our senior living facilities, Home Plus box that Mr. Kelly mentioned. You can see the highlighted areas where Yeckert is between 18th and without 18th Street. And then between 18th and 20th Street will be our senior living locations. Here's some of our 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath designs. These are on slab with carports. Due to our narrow lot restrictions, these will be carport in back of the units. 2-bedroom, 2.5 bedroom, 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath floor plans, as you see. We have a 3-bedroom, 3 bath. And square foot on these are going to range from 1,000 square feet to 1,300. And also because of the narrow lot rule, these designs are actually going to have rear garages. You see the front garages on these now, but they are redesigned for rear garage entries. So on and so on here. And these are the floor plans for the 3-bedroom, 3 baths. Our senior living residence, as Don Kelly spoke about it, some of the features that are in the senior living residence. And you got the theater, TV media, off-site therapist, fitness and physical therapy center, multi-purpose family and living room areas, kitchen, dining room, library, laundry center, covered outside patio, salon and barber for elderly grooming, administrating offices, parking, stainless steel appliances, sprinkler systems, modern design throughout, LED lighting, energy efficient, security systems, and all electrical, solar panel ready residents. And these are some of our interior photos of previous senior living facilities that have been developed. And this is our senior living housing floor plan. This is a 12-bedroom plan. And I don't know if you guys can actually see some of the details in that plan.
And for the community that's listening, either online or in person, the community center is still coming. We are in negotiations with a very prominent group, and we plan to purchase that property on Quindaro. And that way, we don't have to take away from the housing crisis in Wyandotte County. We won't have to use any of these lots for that community center. So that's still coming. The Charles Langston is actually called the Dream Center, but we put community center so everybody can understand what it is. That's still coming, and it will be right on Quindaro, right on the heart of Quindaro, but we won't use any of these lots for that, so we can address the housing crisis. This community center will be cutting edge. And it's going to be called the Charles Langston Dream Center, because when you walk into it, it's going to say, this is a place where dreams come true. We'll have so many features for our young people, where we can tie into their dreams, whether they want to be a movie producer, be a sound engineer, they want to get a trade, want to have a mental health facility there as well. We'll meet every need that they have, because it's time for us to invest in the northeast side of town and make sure they have what they need to accomplish their dreams. I'm very, very excited about the Charles Langston Dream Center. We'll see. I'm sorry, I forgot it will feature a full gymnasium, basketball court. We have persons that have come to us that have said they can't go out west, they can't afford it. And so our kids will be able to have their own basketball gymnasium that will have up to 4 courts. We'll be able to host tournaments on this side of town. Elliot Perry, who's a prominent basketball coach, his team could not afford to have their practices out west. And so he's already made an agreement with us to host tournaments and have his team practice there, as well as several other neighborhood groups. So we're excited that finally the northeast side of town will have a top of the line full gymnasium as well and fitness center.
Timelines per phase, single families and senior living will be 1 to 6 months. With land acquisition, site preparation, design, finalizing permits. We'll be starting to build on that. Single family, 8 to 36 months of completion for the single family. And the community center, like I said, has been redirected to another site that is currently just going to be a purchase on our behalf. Budgeting funding breakdown, as our single family construction costs is ranging between 4.1. Our senior living per unit is going to be 1.4 as our total construction cost per unit on the senior living breakdown. Which, if you take out the construction cost for the community center, which would be about $5.4 million, if you've seen from the previous slide, that brings that total cost down to $18 million for the total project budget. Funding sources are private investors, donations for community grants and subsidies, potential revenue streams, and tax incentives.
Yes, Eric Winchell here. With respect to this project, as you can see, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but pull your mic up just a little bit, or just speak louder, whatever's most comfortable.
I can do all of that. Okay. Yes, as it was shown previously, it is looking like an overall $23 million project, and there is a substantial equity and support opportunities for bank financing in connection with this project, but it will be necessary to come to the unified government and request some assistance. And what we've been talking with economic development representatives for the UG, there is a 10-year tax abatement program that is viable. We are looking for an IRB in order to get a sales tax exemption on construction materials. But that's a one-time situation for the construction of the facilities. We are talking about whether there could be some infrastructure allowances for sidewalks, lighting, or something within the overall community, since this spans several property lots. We're investigating, and the entire community up there is investigating any potential brownfield assistance issues for any hazardous materials or reworking that needs to be done. And so, that's a consideration. Finally, we are reviewing other additional federal or state programs, tax incentives that would assist seniors and or the housing development to make sure that this project is at the level and quality that the developer wants to see done.
To just move this forward a little bit, we're just going to go into this team experience. Right now, we have on this board right here over 100 years of real estate development experience on the board here. And then, you can look at our additional team development partners on this project. And I want to open up the floor for any questions.
Okay. Do you want to say something before? Yeah.
I want the community to know we have spared no expense. We have spent thousands of dollars to put this team together because we want the best in the Northeast. And that is our goal, and that is our mission. And I want to thank you all for hearing us.
Absolutely. You all stay right there because we will have questions, but I want to jump to public comment because I know folks have been waiting. So appreciate your patience. Clerk, do we have any public comments submitted for this particular item?
No comments were received.
Okay. Are there any hands raised online?
We have one hand raised online.
Okay.
Lisa Walker Yeager.
Okay. Ms. Walker, you have 3 minutes.
First of all, I would like to thank you all
every last one of you all for coming back into our community, thinking about our community, because it's important that we thrive. We know what it looked like and we know how it can come back to. So I am very thrilled, and as a vice president of Parkwood Neighborhoods, I'm speaking as our community. We support you in every way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker Yeager. Are there other comments, or excuse me, other folks online that would like to provide a comment for this?
Yes, we have two more hands raised. We have Candy Leonard Caldwell.
Candy Leonard Caldwell, Kansas City, Kansas, President, Organization for Community Preservation, OCP. I thank you guys for your presentation this evening, and I thank you, commissioners. I just have a little, OCP, we have concerns. I just want to know the development. I'm having a hard time trying to wrap my mind around it. Who's the actual owner, or who is actually leading this project? And two, I did submit comments in the UG Land Bank. OCP stance is we're working and in negotiations with Mr. Hooks with another project on Greeley Avenue. OCP would like to see that project fulfilled before we see another project within the Northeast community. OCP, we support the growth and development of the Northeast community, but we want to see, for lack of better words, a finished product before we agree to something else in the area. Thank you.
I want to finish out public comment, so you all just make note of everything. We will address them, but again, I just want to make sure our public's able to comment. So do make note. There, you will have an opportunity to respond. Thank you, Ms. Candy. We have one more online.
Yes, that is correct, Chair. We have Deja online. Please state your name and residency. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Daisha Bush and I live in KCK, and I have two questions. I couldn't tell where you said the community center would be located. And my second question is, would the community center have a pool? That's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Do we have any other folks online, clerk?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. For the folks in the gallery that have been patiently waiting, would anyone like to provide a public comment for this item? Yep, please come forward, state your name, city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Greg Kendall, Wyandotte Economic Development Council and resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I just wanted to come and just make a couple of comments. I hadn't really planned to be here for this part of the committee. I didn't realize that the Nehemiah project was coming tonight. And so what I wanted to say, though, is that this team has been incredibly good to work with. They have been very flexible in their planning and their process. And I think Reverend Bradshaw hit it on the head when he said that we have a housing problem. And I know Commissioner Townsend and several others of you have kind of walked this journey with us as well. The fact that we have brought a number of housing projects forward, and we've often found a lot of walls in our place. And so I'm super excited to work with this team because while it's not a massive project, the reality is every bit that we can move forward is ideal. And this one has something unique, and that is that it has a senior living project. And so we are super excited to see that move forward. And again, when you all look as commissioners at the various incentives that we offer, you can tell there are a lot of pieces being stacked together to make this deal work. And between Chelsea, Chisholm, and I, and Levert and others trying to figure out all these various pieces, there are a lot of departments across the unified government that are working in tandem to try to figure out how we can address each one of these issues. We may not be able to get them all when it's all said and done, but I will say that we are working very closely with these folks. But that neighborhood revitalization area program, that is probably one of the biggest key projects of all of this. And so when it comes time to talk about extending that program and renewing it, please do keep in mind this type of project. And the other piece is that as you all are continuing to talk about permit waivers and application waivers, these are the kinds of projects that at the end of the day it's a make or break about whether or not these projects can move forward when it comes to these permit and connection fees. And so I just wanted to come up. There's a ton of people here in support of this project, but I wanted to make sure you understood that the Economic Development Council has been working with this team now for a year and 4 months.
1 minute remaining.
In trying to figure out how we can best put this deal together and that we're not just sitting on the sidelines. And so we're 100% supportive of this, however we can put it together. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Say your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, ma'am, can you make sure that, yeah, there's a little button. You want to make sure it's green when you're speaking so we can hear you.
My name is Stephanie, and I grew up here in Wyandotte County. I have lived in the area along with my parents and my siblings for over 50 years. And I'm so excited about this program because my parents who lived here, the community did not have services or did not have things that supported them in their health as they grew older. And I do believe that caused them to have a short lifespan. So I'm very, very excited about the fact that things are coming to this community that will support seniors and give them an opportunity to not only enjoy their senior years, but have support, health support, food, proper food that will extend their lives. And I'm looking forward to working with this team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stevie Wakes, and I live in the Northeast area of Kansas City, Kansas. Want to say I'm very proud to have this team come together for the sake of the Northeast area, and agree with Mrs. Bradshaw regarding seniors having a place to go, and then family members not having to travel so far to see their loved ones cared for, their parents cared for. And I know that I'm approaching my senior years. I'd like to have a place in my neighborhood, you know, where I can have a place where it's close to where I've lived before, that I can really enjoy my senior years. So I'm very excited about this project and really looking forward to it happening in the area where I live. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Carolyn Wyatt. I live in the Northeast area, and there all my life. And this project sounds really nice. I mean, it's got amenities for the seniors. They don't have to go anywhere, basically, maybe just get groceries, but everything else is right there for them. They got a center. I mean, where they exercise, stay healthy. It's great. You know, these young men, you know, are putting forth something that's actually going to be good for the Northeast area. And it's a blessing, actually. And so I congratulate you all for what you're doing. And hey, God be with you.
Hello, my name is Chandra Green, Wyandotte County forever. I grew up here, worked here, and so if you know me, then you know that I love this community. You know that I work when it comes to being trauma informed in the mental health of Wyandotte County. I had the pleasure of working with the Veterans Program at one point, and they provided housing for some of their veterans, and they had a complaint that kept coming back of one of the veterans kept sleeping outside, and they said, why is that happening? And the response was because that was what he was adjusted to. That's what he knew. I had another situation where I had a caseworker who was working with a young man who was rehabilitated back into society. However, he said he needed a girlfriend when everybody else kept trying to push push a job and everything on him, like, you need to go to school, you need a job. He's like, no, I need a girlfriend. And he stopped working with his caseworker altogether, came back a year later, and guess what he had? He had a job, he had a house, and he had a girlfriend. And I'm saying all that to say, because when we live in a community in Wyandotte County where statistically our lifespan is 20 years shorter than those in Johnson County and other surrounding counties. And that is because of this thing called social determinants of health. This thing that includes our healthcare access, our built community, and access to different services. And what I love about this program is that it provides a lot of those issues. It addresses a lot of those issues, even when it comes to housing. And when you talk about who's a part of the project, knowing that Pastor Bradshaw Jr.'s church is a part of it, we come with a lot of, I hear they got a great chief of staff there and a mental health director who looks out for the people. And we also have a harvest program there as well. So we're coming with people who work in the community who will be available to provide services and wraparound services for those who are involved in this housing, providing financial education and assistance, because if you get in the house, how are you going to know how to keep the house? And that is something that our community needs to know. Even when it comes to generational wealth, what does that look like? So I'm super excited about this project because it's more than just a housing or a built community. It is the education that our community's been looking for, and the health, the things that we need to address some of the social determinants of health. So if you want to support it, then you're supporting the growth of Wyandotte County in the East. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joel Smiley. I'm up here from St. Louis in support of this project. I just want to address a couple of things. I've worked in economic development for about 25 years, and from an economic development perspective, you're talking about workforce opportunities, you're talking about senior services, which can really create additional jobs and spin-off companies. And I think that that's just another tool that's going to be an offshoot from this project. I also think that when you talk about infrastructure, some of the infrastructure improvements, it's not just going to affect this community, this area, it's going to extend outward. So I think when you look at all those externalities, I think this adds value to the project. So again, I'm very proud to be part of this team, and we hope this project moves forward.
I just want to say, we've heard twice tonight, people mention revenue neutral. Here's your answer. Here's one of the answers of how we turn things around here in the Northeast area. Our people have been waiting for way too long for something to come along and actually change the community. Reverend Bradshaw mentioned the seniors in the area. Our people are dying. They need a change. This is it. This is it. So we can't keep penalizing people talking about revenue neutral where you all voted for it or whatever the case may be. No more talk like that. We have got to start building things, and we need to start building them now. Time is of the essence. We can't keep putting things off. Our people have been redlined. Some of our developers, they have come up against all kinds of issues with the RFP process, you name it, with permits, whatever it is. Even some of our people have been told they can't have lots. No, this has to stop. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm saying it has to end tonight. We've got to turn things around here tonight for our folks. Not saying everyone else isn't in need, but there is a major need for the African-American community, and it has to change tonight. Thank you.
My name is Terry Bradshaw, Senior. I live in Johnson County. My son, I'm very proud of him. And I thought it'd be good for me to get up and say something that I think would be a little history that might help everyone. I've watched him start this as an idea and start pulling people together. One of the things that I've noticed with him, he will, if something happens, he'll go and get people together and talk through it, and they'll work. And sometimes he's midnight trying to figure out what in the world are we going to do about this. I've watched him work. I've watched him talk to various commissioners. I've watched him work with various companies. I've watched him pull people together. I think this is going to be a tremendous opportunity where not only Empowerment Temple will be blessed, Pastor Bradshaw, and all of the team be blessed, but the entire community. There are all kinds of people that you may not see today that are behind this project. And I think it's tremendous. And I'm, as a dad, I'm watching, I'm very proud of him. Thank you for this time.
Good evening. My name is Eric Murray. Back away from the mic a little bit. KCK resident. Really proud to be here tonight, and I'll keep this brief because I know everybody's been here a long time, and there's a whole room full of folks in support of this project. This should be a no-brainer. We have to support this project. These are local developers from this community who've been in this community, who care, who are passionate, and who have over 100 years of experience. They've met with neighborhood organizations. Every bit of policy and things that we talk about, they have done and exceeded 2 times over. And so anything other than an approval of this project would be a slap in the face. And I hope we don't have to have that conversation. But since we have to have the community discussion before we have the discussion here, I do want to make sure that as this goes forward, there is no throttling back of this project. Okay. I appreciate Commissioner Townsend earlier when a table full of developers that did not look like this table set in front of you, and you said, talk to me about your commitment to minorities. Okay. Here you have the fruit of 100 years of minority excellence in real estate development in front of us. And we're not going to tell them, well, we're going to give you 2 lots instead of 10 because you need to prove it, or we're going to throttle back your project. We should be encouraging this, fully supporting this, putting it on the consent agenda, and expediting their permits. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Daniels, KCK resident. I'm also the project manager for Boston Daniels Park. It's $1 million renovation on 8th and Quindaro, and we are very in favor of this improvements of this development coming to this area. It's a sustainable development that just won't last for now, but for generations to come. And that's what we want to do for our community. We want to build it for generations to come. Thank you.
Pamela Penn Hicks, Wyandotte County. This is what we've been waiting for, an opportunity to move our community forward. And I want to applaud each and every one of you that are sitting there bringing forth this plan and soon to be development in our community. I only want to add one little piece. Home ownership is still a struggle. So I hope that you have a plan to bring about accessibility for people in this community. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Melissa Phillips, and I am not a Kansas City, Kansas native. I'm not from Wyandotte County. However, I will tell you my love of Wyandotte County comes from 2 gentlemen right here, Steve Hooks and Terry Bradshaw. These men bleed Wyandotte County. And not only that, when you have, I've been in millions of development meetings. I've been in millions of development commissions. These men are not big box corporations. These men are not hired by a company. These men have studied, have worked, they're educated, they're self-made. They come from the mud and the roots of Kansas City, Kansas. This is something that they are doing not for themselves, but for the community that gave them their drive to succeed. They want other people that look like them, men and women, to have that same drive, to have that same passion. These are men spending their own time, their own money. They are well past business hours. They're on phones 1, 2 a.m. to see what fits best. The postponement of the community center, that wasn't taken lightly. And it's not, it's something that they want to make sure is done right. Everything that they have done, and I can attest to it because I'm on those phone calls and emails, comes from a genuine and sincere place and sincere love. You're not looking at big box corporations. You're not looking at paid attorneys. You're not looking at somebody who, if they get paid a higher salary, will go to a different company. These are men spending their own time, their own recognition. They're using their own community members to build up their community. That's it.
Hi, my name is Sherry Cade, and I grew up here in Kansas City, Kansas, but I don't live here at this time. I just want to first say, Pastor Bradshaw, when you got up and started talking about this, I wanted to start crying. I'm actually here for this meeting tonight, but I'm also here because my brother is in a senior living place. And we can't move him to Atlanta, Georgia, because there's no facilities down there. So for you to be building a property like this, it just speaks volumes, because there's many of us, like this gentleman said, where his kids want to come home. We want to come home, but I'm scared to come home because I don't know where I'm gonna be. I'm older now. I'm not that young girl no more. But with that being said, I do commend this group of people right here. Steve has worked diligently with all of us to ensure that what we're doing meets the standard. He raises the bar for us. Pastor Bradshaw, make sure that we are accountable for everything that we say and we do. And so I'm blessed. I just say blessings to you and for this project. And I can't wait to see how many people's lives you're getting ready to change. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other folks that wanted to speak there in the gallery? Okay. Thank you all so much. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. So I think to get started, I want to just kind of go through some questions, committee, if you all will just indulge me to allow you all to kind of answer some of the questions, and then we can go from there. So for this particular project, if everything is built, who would be the owner of the facilities? And please announce your name before speaking.
Yes, Pastor Terry Bradshaw Jr., Senior Pastor of Empowerment Temple, CEO of Empowerment Temple Redevelopment Corporation. We would be the owner of this project. We are the leader of this project. It is our project, Empowerment Temple, and our LLC is going to own this project, the Empowerment Temple Redevelopment Corporation. I got this idea actually from another great community leader, the late Bishop Sims, the Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation. I saw his plan, his blueprint, and I learned from him. He was a great, great man. And so that's what we're doing, the same thing. So for all those that want to know, because I've been asked 1 billion times, who's the leader of the project? I'm the leader of this project, and our church, we are leading this because we're a church that doesn't come to take from the community. We come to be a part of the community as well as sow into the community, invest. That's what we're about. And we're the city's church. We're not running from the northeast side of town. That's our home, and we're here to build, and he'll build stronger people as well.
Thank you. Mr. Hooks, there was a comment about you already were awarded some land bank parcels. Congratulations. So there was a comment about the capacity to manage both what you've been given and then this project. Can you just speak about your capacity in bandwidth?
Sure. Sure. My position here is a development consultant.
You move up your mic. You're very soft spoken. No, move it towards you. You're very soft spoken. It's all right. You're not Pastor Bradshaw. So.
No, my capacity here is I'm a development consultant. They hired me to help them consult them on this development. The lead developer is Don Kelly on this particular project. My capacity on my project is what it is. I have a whole team for my urban scape development, which is 7 duplexes. And so that's really, I say, easy work, but, you know, 7 duplexes. I wanted more. I wanted more, but that's what they gave me. I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it. So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Awesome, and we hope you are successful. There's another question, anybody can answer this. Will there be a pool? And if you
So,
haven't decided, it's okay.
I'm gonna be real transparent. I can't swim, y'all. Um, uh, no. All jokes aside, we have talked about a pool. We have not settled on that, so it's not off the table. But if you know about pools, sometimes it comes with some very real challenges, and we want to make sure if we do provide a pool, that we're able to give them the best of the best, and we have the resources to make sure the upkeep of it is of excellence. Because one of the things that I love about this project is we're bringing the best of the best, and we want everything in this project to be a part of excellence. And we wanted to represent excellence to show the people of the northeast side of town we believe in them and we want them to have the best. So it's on the table. It's not for sure right now, but we're still mulling over on that part. So
Yeah.
give us some time.
Yeah, for sure. And I know the community center is also at a later time. So, okay. All right, committee, those were kind of my questions just to kind of break the ice here and land somewhere because this is a item for action, excuse me. And so what questions do we have for these folks? Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the gentlemen who are here. Reverend Bradshaw and Mr. Hooks came to me and several other staff in March of this year. But to some degree, the tenor has changed, which I'm glad to see. It's more an emphasis on housing. That's what we need. That is the other part of the revenue neutral. And I will remind people when they come before the board that it's difficult to follow through on that when at the full board, people say, no, not here. So this is something that's a part of it. It's not one part, but yeah, you're going to continue to hear revenue neutral because that's what we voted on. And we have to live with the reality of it. But to have increased housing helps one of the other demons of the and cause of the increased appraisals. We don't have enough housing. And anytime you have more need, more desire for anything, I don't care if it's a candy bar, then you have supply, that is what is increasing your rates. So I just have one question tonight because several of these gentlemen were not with Mr. Hooks and Reverend Bradshaw when they came. And I would really like to hold this over. I'm giving you what you want, Reverend, so we can have a fuller discussion. And also, when you came to us, we did not have in place, and now we do, a new economic director. So I think she should be given the courtesy, and I would like to meet with you all. Can be virtual, but to have all the players. I want to recognize the gentleman that's here from St. Louis. So at least 4 of the people you see tonight were not part of the discussion back on March the 8th, and our new economic development director. But you can answer this for me. There are 27 lots here. How many of those would go to the housing? How many would go to senior living? And I am appreciative of wanting to have senior living, quality senior living, but I have other questions about who's going to operate it. I just lost a sister last year that I had in a senior living facility up north, and you want quality. So it's a lot more to it than just getting this. We want viability. So that would be my recommendation tonight, to hold this over to November, take a vote then, but in the interim, meet with all of the new team here that you've assembled and get into a little bit more detail on it. It's 9:30 tonight, and I want to give you the benefit of a clear mind and more detailed direction. These lots aren't going anywhere. You heard me make this recommendation for others tonight, so.
Commissioner, so I go ahead and hold that motion. I know there's some other questions.
Sure.
Commissioner Townsend, you did ask a question regarding the operations of the senior facility.
And of the 27 lots, how many would be dedicated to
Yes,
the
please.
regular housing and how many for the senior facility?
Single family will be 15 lots on Yeckert, which would be Yeckert at Heritage Trail. And then the senior living will be from the 18th Street and 20th Street locations.
Okay.
North of Quindaro.
Okay. And then there's a question on operating the senior facility, if you all could provide some information on that.
We have a hospitality senior living operating company that's been in business for 40 years that is signed on to this project. And I was trying to pull up the information. I can't, my phone's not working. Don Kelly has done previous business with them. And so you can kind of give them that information to you.
Yes, I've not only built senior housing, I'm continuing to build senior housing. I've owned senior housing. Matter of fact, the property that you seen in the presentation is senior house that I built and owned and operated. We're going to be working with Pastor Bradshaw to help make sure that he's able to acquire the staff that's needed. You know, we're very familiar with the whole process. I even do consulting with other senior owners to let them know how to get, to acquire the CMA, CNAs, the LPNs, RNs that's required to be able to take care of the seniors as far as the activities. This is not a senior home where they're just sitting watching TV. There's activities that'll be going on. We'll have quality food that'll be there as well with dedicated chefs. And so there's this is not your typical senior living house. This, like I said, this is going to be considered to be an upscale senior home, high ceilings, a lot of nice features, media room where they can be able to, hang out, activity area. And so, but we working close with Pastor Bradshaw to help him get that. I'm also a licensed operator myself as well as a developer. So.
Okay. Committee, other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. To Pastor Bradshaw and the team that you've brought, I just want to say thank you for the vision and the desire to bring this to the community, including the senior housing component. When we visited the other day, and I didn't bring those notes, but I think I'm hearing you say now it's more than, as far as the senior housing, it's more than just something that's designated 55 and over. It's assisted living. Is that correct? With you referencing LPNs and CNAs and whatnot. So it would be an assisted living facility. I just want to make sure, because I don't remember what we said the other day. I apologize.
That's
Um,
correct.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. And that's awesome, because again, we need more of that than any of us can possibly build quickly. And the single family homes, then those would be for sale. And one of the items you would use is the Neighborhood Revitalization Act. And when we talked the other day, I committed to clarifying for you, like the date by which those applications had to be in place. And it's good we have Judd here and we have Miss Wendy Green here and we have Greg Kendall here. So there's people in the room right now that can help us understand what I call the drop dead date. So if one of you wouldn't mind, once the single family homes, and I suppose even the senior living home, move through this process and begin the rest of the processes that you will enjoy to bring your project to fruition, what is the process for these gentlemen getting application in for NRA. I just kept stressing to them the other day that we cannot let that drop. It's got to be done timely.
Yes, this is Wendy Green with I'm Deputy Chief Counsel. The NRA applications have to be submitted prior to construction beginning because the appraiser's office has to establish that base value. And then from that, they use that to determine your final value when construction is completed to make sure you met that threshold requirement of your improvement. And if it's new construction, you're going to meet it. I mean, you are with new construction. So it just has to be in prior to beginning construction. And there are certain requirements. If you're going to do an NRA, you can't do an NRA in a TIF district, or you can't do an NRA in other types of districts. But if you're going to do just the NRA, then you can do that. But there are other things where you can't do NRAs with IRBs. So you have to look at certain things, and depending on what kind of incentives you decide you want to do. Sometimes the NRA is going to be all you can do for certain things. But if you are going to do the NRA, you need to make sure that that application is in prior to construction starting.
And thank you very much, because I think one of the things that we want to make sure of so that we can be successful, because we see the availability of the land, we see the passion, and we see the desire, and we see the support. And there are going to be tools available to help. And then, as she just mentioned, sometimes there's other tools that don't mix. And that's why I'm super hopeful that as we move forward, whether we approve all these lots tonight or 30 days from now, that we are staying in good, close communication about what can we do, what's not going to be available. It's going to be critically important, obviously, for you to be successful. So question if there's a way to see one of the slides. And frankly, I'm just looking for the map either in your presentation or what Judd usually shows us. It doesn't matter to me. I just was hoping to, yay. You, and also, yes, go ahead. You had a map and then you had the slides that are coming with the list. I just had a couple questions there. Okay, go back to the list first. Okay, stop there. So the yellow are the land bank lots. The blue are UG owned but not land bank. And is there a separate request for those elsewhere in our agenda?
Yes, Commissioner, PT1 for property transfers, item
Thank you.
2.
Okay, and then the pink are your own private contracts. Okay, so if we could look at the map, that's a couple slides. Okay, so and the green, that's the phase 2 part here on the map. So the addresses, what I'm trying to get my head around is the addresses on the list that we're considering tonight: 3061, 3063, 3069, 3075, North 20th. Are those the desired senior living parcels? And then the addresses on Yecker, those are the single family. I'm just tracking that correctly.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. I actually think that might be all of my questions right now. Thank you very much.
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say to this committee, thank you so much for your vision, and Pastor Bradshaw for leading the charge. This is exciting to me. This is such a great need, and I'm just happy to hear of such a complete rendition of what the desire is for our community. So first of all, I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate your comment about hearing from Reverend Sims, and he was your inspiration. So he was an inspiration to a lot of us in the community. So thank you for that also. Two quick questions. What are your price points for the housing project, and what's your price point for the senior living facility?
Okay, price point for a single family is 250 retail market value. And the senior living is a hold. Senior, they're holding their company's, Empowerment Temple is holding those senior livings.
He's holding,
The senior living are hold
The
assets.
senior living housing will not be for sale. Pastor Bradshaw's company will hold those.
so what I meant was about how much would a family have to pay? That's what I meant. That's on hold too, right now?
Yeah, because it's still some numbers that we're working with.
Okay.
And then also, we're entertaining some senior living light tech
Okay,
of assistance on that.
okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
And just say also too that the senior living housing, we will concentrate on memory care as well, which is a great need, because anytime when you start to have residents over 70, you tend to see more issues with some type, whether it's dementia or Alzheimer's. And so it'll be equipped to be able to take care of those type of aging residents.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, we'll do Commissioner Townsend and Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Someone mentioned tech, and I was going to ask about that again. The hour is late, and these are conversations we should have in detail, I'm hoping, before that. But do you anticipate seeking tech funds for any portion of the project we've discussed tonight? And do you know if it's in a qualified census tract? That comes up because something unrelated, but if it's not in a qualified census tract, and I don't know if these are or not, that may hamper.
That category of incentive is one that is part of the overall federal and state programs that are being considered. You raise very good points, identifying the census tract, the number, which allocation it would fall under. It's really, we're investigating that right now. So
Okay.
as far as the specifics, we can't say how much or whatever. I think, is it fair to say probably we may be looking this more from the development of the senior housing opportunity, because again, memory care, any kind of assisted living care is incrementally more expensive than just simply leasing a room, so it's a consideration that's being discussed, but all of those things are kind of on the table right now. So there's no commitment yet, one or the other. You gotta, there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to get the tech funding.
Just to piggyback off that, that is just for senior living. It's not for single family.
Okay.
Single family will be market.
Yeah, any of it, because the question I guess I'm asking is, is that an area that will qualify? And if it's not, would that change your plans? You don't have to answer that tonight. This is why I'm saying we need to have a deeper discussion about some of this information. That was all. Do you have any idea at this time about, I think they may have asked it, the cost of boarding, so to speak, in senior living? What that might be for money?
Yeah, that'll actually, we'll develop that once we actually get into more of what the care need, because when you take in a resident, you do a functional as well as a care plan. And based on that determines, whether they're level 1, 2, or 3.
Right.
And based on that, then you determine, but once the cost is all determined as far as what it's going to cost to actually finalize it with any incentives that would be part of it, and then backing into that to be able to determine what is the best pay or the best pricing scale to make it affordable for the neighborhood residents.
Thank you. I know I have some other questions that would be directly related to whether you proceed or not. I mean, that's what would have to tell me. So, and again, I think we should meet with our new economic development director. And then I'd like to see it come back and have all those questions answered in our November meeting.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Bynum, and then we'll have Ms. Murray.
Oh, sure, thank you. If we could go back to the slide with the addresses, and the reason I'm asking is because I also have 3090 North 18th, 3084 North 18th, and I forgot to ask about those in the earlier. I asked about the North 20th and the Yecker. So those are still real and existing on your list, right? These addresses on North 18th. And they are basically at Quindaro and north of Quindaro, correct? And they are single family or part of the senior housing?
There's senior living.
So the North 18th Street and the North 20th Street addresses all comprise the senior housing.
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you. Okay. And then the Yecker addresses are the single family. Okay. That helps me a lot. To Commissioner Townsend's point, and I would appreciate approval tonight. I understand where she's coming from because as we've discussed among ourselves, there's a lot of moving parts. And part of what I was wondering is, as we talk about infrastructure, abatements, NRA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I begin to hear development agreement. And so it's really a question more for staff. Are we beginning to deal with a project where we could potentially be entering into a development agreement for this project?
Not at this stage. This
Okay.
is Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. We wouldn't enter a development agreement before we even approved an option agreement.
No, obviously not.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was headed to. The
Right.
process in general is option.
Right.
And then we start all of our fun processes, our planning and
Exactly.
zoning, our
The option
permitting.
agreement can last at least a year, if
Right.
not be extended longer than that. So I would think the option agreement begins first, and then you can begin all the different discussions about the actual plans and the incentives and everything else. So I don't know that we would even contemplate a development agreement at the beginning of an option agreement.
So maybe it's not fair for me to ask you to speculate that a development agreement could be down the road based on all that you've heard tonight about the project.
It could be, but I wouldn't think it would be within the next 6 months.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm just kind of trying to set the stage for you and us.
That is possible, but I would not try
Okay.
to speculate that it would be the next. I mean, if they had all their questions answered fast, then it could possibly be within the next 6 months, but I think we've got time, definitely. But
Okay.
if they're on track to get it going that fast, we could work with them that
Great.
fast, definitely.
Okay. Thank you. And one final question. I heard carport, not garage, correct, on the single family?
Just on a 2-bedroom, 2 bath, one level.
And what about a basement? Any basements planned? All slab.
Got a
Okay,
slab.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, being mindful of the evening, we do have a little bit more to get through. There was a motion to hold over. Yes, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lavert Murray, Chief Economic Development Advisor, and I certainly appreciate your comments, Commissioner Bynum, because my concerns led right in that direction. That what if you approve this project tonight that gives them the ability to pursue options that, and that option term can be up to a year, as Wendy pointed out, and that gives them and the UG time to work out all of the details. Now, you heard Greg Kendall say EDC's been working with this team for quite some time. And of course, in the course of those discussions, some of the program elements have been presented to them, like the requirements of the NRA. And so we tried to give them enough guidance to make sure no mistakes are made in the course of their pursuits. And so again, I think as Greg encouraged you to move forward with this development, they've been working on it for well over a year. But yet there are more details to work out. And of course, during that option term, they would be able to work out those details. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. And I know you all have met our new economic development director, Ms. Kism. So please do make every effort to work with her and Wendy. We have a really good team to make that happen. Okay. There was a motion to hold over. Didn't necessarily entertain much of it because we were in the middle of discussion, but yes, Commissioner Townsend.
And I'm asking that specifically for the purpose of meeting
Yes.
with our economic director, Mr. Kendall, anyone else, and anyone else that you're going to add to your team between now and the end of the month, because it has grown. So we want to make sure we're talking to the right people and get these questions answered. The worst thing would be disappointment of any kind for some question that's not been answered, so.
Okay.
Who are you saying we need to meet with? I'm sorry, can you tell me who you said that we need to meet with? Oh.
And I would join the meeting, Commissioner Bynum, she chose to, Mr. Kendall, and staff. Mr. Knapp, if he wanted to, is still in land bank. But the worst thing would be disappointment after you've heard the comments of the neighborhood. But this has grown in terms of scope and a little bit different. So that wouldn't be a big ask, I would hope. So, and we can do it virtually. Be happy to host you here. Time is money. So how we do it would be up to you.
Okay, so there was a motion. I do want to be mindful it's 10 o'clock and we do have other items. Very briefly here, and then I will entertain whatever we need to do to move this item forward. Yes, Ms. Bradshaw.
Commissioners, Commissioner Townsend, please don't do that. The people are counting on us to get this right tonight. Please stop talking about delay. We don't have that time. And my office is overran with the people. If you do that tonight, you're going to pick a fight with these people on the northeast side of town because they're going to say, wait a minute, a Black commissioner is saying delay the project for them. We don't have that time, y'all. That's what we're trying to say to you all. We don't have that time. We put this team together because you know why we did that? I'm going to tell you why we did this. Because as a Black developer, we had to go above and beyond. Above, you can't, that's not me to come with these type of people. Please, if y'all have time, Google every one of these people that are on this list. We have spared no expense. So it is insulting tonight to say we have more conversations. We've been having conversations. That's the issue. All we're asking is pass us through to the standing committee, to the full commission, and we can have whatever conversations you want to have. And I can go back to the community that I am responsible to and tell them, listen, we're now working together. It's a new day on the northeast side of town. They've been waiting over 50 years. We can't go back tonight and say, well, they're going to delay it until 30 more days. You're going to lose morale doing that. Please, I'm asking each of you, Commissioner Townsend, I respect you. I love you. But y'all, this is God's business. This is God's business. And they don't have time for us to sit up in here and ask these questions. And you know we're going to get this done, but let's do the right thing and progress forward. Let's not be the children of Israel and march around for 100 years because we didn't do what God told us to do the first time. Let's go ahead and cross over, get it done tonight, please. Not for me, not for them, for the people that need this. And let's be a unified government that moves forward. I want to leave here tonight and say, I thank each commissioner, each person that's here. We are now in the birth canal of progress. Let's have the baby, please. Because if you keep talking about delaying things, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. They already don't have confidence. The Black community does not have confidence in a unified government because they've been talking about this for 50 years. And then we go back and say, well, Commissioner Townsend said, let's wait another month. They're gonna say, wait a minute. We've been waiting. They can't wait any longer. Commissioner Townsend, I came off my sick bed. My parents are here. My church is here. I came off my sick bed because I promised them. I've been fighting. Y'all been seeing me all for the last 7 years of my life. It is insulting to me and my mission to tell us we didn't put all this together and to tell us we're gonna wait 30 more days. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Please don't do that, y'all. I'm asking you all to do the right thing tonight, please. Let's move forward. We have an immaculate team. These brothers came all the way from St. Louis. They didn't come here for free. We spent our money to do that. Our hard-earned money. This thing is real. The people need it. I love each of you. I respect each of you. Please, let's move forward tonight. That's all I ask.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Bradshaw.
thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Personal privilege. First of all, I appreciate you. It doesn't sound like you're respecting what I'm doing as a commissioner. This is not a black-white thing. And for people to talk about 50 years and waiting, I met with you in March, but it was just you, Mr. Hooks, and this team could have come together then. If you had brought the team together, then some of the questions I have tonight. And
Commissioner, respectfully, what
guys,
team you
hold on. Order. We are going to be respectful.
Yes,
We are
stop.
going to get out of here. We are going to move on with business because we do have business. So please, I think you all, folks that are not commissioners, please have your mics on mute. Commissioner Townsend, please go ahead and respond, but we will move forward so that we can carry the business of the day. Commissioner
Yeah.
Townsend.
It's unfortunate, as I said, that you did not come with this team and this presentation in March 8th. And there was some misunderstanding with Mr. Hooks and his project and your project. So I didn't want to go there tonight, but I'm just asking for the time as I would be responsible with any other project. And you don't have to tell me I live in the Northeast End. So I really am disappointed with your approach tonight when this could have been done months ago, but it was not with me. So I want to make sure and give this proposal the best opportunity for success as possible. But there are due diligence issues that I'm going to pursue as a commissioner, and I'm sorry that you don't do that. I came with my cane tonight off of sick bed too, with a busted leg. That's how much I wanted to be here. So I am sorry that you don't see it that way, but that's how I see it.
Okay.
As a commissioner, a business person. So
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. You all in the gallery, the public comment period has ended. And so I am so sorry. I did see a hand raised there, but we do have to move on. So there's been a motion to hold over for 30 days. Now, our next meeting is November 4th. We do have a commission meeting that will happen that week prior to, which I think we moved that Halloween date to the 3rd. If it gets approved, it would be on the 30th. And so that is about 3 business days between a full commission meeting and then a standing committee meeting. Why am I bringing that up? Commissioner, if you're amenable to it, we could, and if you wanted to, amend your motion to approve. That 30th, 31st date is very close to our next meeting date, which is on the 4th. In that time, I imagine you all would still be able to meet. We would still be able to discuss. This could move forward to full commission, and we could still be able to carry the business of the day. I do want to be mindful of the numbers here. It takes 4 votes for it to pass out of committee, There are literally 4 of us here, which means that the vote would have to be unanimous. If not, it would fail. But I'm throwing that out as an option only because there's about 2 business days separating between when the next full commission, the last full commission meeting, which would hear land bank options, and legal is shaking their head, so I'm good. And then when we would meet, which is that November 4th meeting. And so Commissioner Townsend, want to hear kind of your thought on that, because we could still meet, the meeting with OCP could still happen within that date, but wanted to just hear your thoughts.
Well, I'm agreeable to a meeting. The motion, just give me clarity on the specific date. If you're proposing that we can have the meeting, the time that I asked for, and take this, to the full commission, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay. And I want to be very clear, that is still within that 30-day range. So we're September 30th. If it gets approved, our next meeting would be October 30th. So there would still be that month window to meet, to have these discussions and to continue those things on. I will let, I know Commissioner Townsend's looking for stuff, but did you want? Yes.
Just point of clarification, does this body meet again in October?
We do not.
Okay.
Yes, NCD does not meet again until November 4th.
And so you're proposing, how is this going to get to the main meeting? Are you talking about putting that on the 7th? The Board of Commissioner meeting on the 7th?
The week before.
Okay.
So in our normal schedule right now, the last full commission meeting of the month is right now on Halloween, October 31st. We passed a recommendation that will go to full commission this Thursday to move our full commission meeting from the October 31st, because it's a holiday, to October 30th. I'm bringing this up as an option because there's really 2 business days between October 30th and November 4th, because you have the weekend. And so, and it's a Thursday and Friday at that. You have the holiday for Halloween. So it's just, we're really talking about 1 business day between 2 dates. And so I'm saying if we were to approve this and have it go forward to the full commission, it would still land October 30th. It would land on October 30th, and there would be adequate time, because we're September 30th right now, to have those meetings, have those discussions. Quite frankly, it wouldn't be much different than putting it on the November 4th standing committee.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to state the date, that's
Yes.
fine. I would amend my
yes.
motion accordingly.
Are you withdrawing your motion then?
I can
wanna-
withdraw it and you can make it and I'll second it.
Okay, great. All right. So yes,
Just-
Commissioner
I
Hill,
just would
please.
like for our colleagues to consider voting in favor of this tonight. And we can still have a meeting. I mean, I realize that I am one of the new commissioners on board. I realize that. But I would just like for you to consider just voting tonight in favor of this, and then we could still meet with the parties between now and the next meeting.
Well, here's my concern with that.
Okay.
We've never done that. When we have something that goes out, it goes out, and we know what is required, needed, all questions asked. So while I appreciate that, the cleaner thing, in my opinion, is to have that meeting, and as Commissioner Davis said, then it would go to the full commission after we have that. That's why I did not recommend that before.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Just so I'm understanding, so as we're looking at this is my question. So normally, if we take it to another standing committee meeting, then it has to go to the full commission meeting. I'm just trying to narrow that time.
Yeah, I
Is
can,
that
yes,
what
that's
you're doing?
exactly.
Okay,
Yep,
I'm
yep.
trying to,
I'm ready. Yep, I think we are all on the same page here.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify some things. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve this as submitted so that it will land on the last full commission meeting in October. Okay? That will still give 30 days for meeting, 30 days for the OCP neighborhood. It would still be in line with the time period that we want so that more information is needed. But this item would then go to the full commission for October 30th. And so that is my motion to move to approve for that. Yes, did you have a question?
Well, that wasn't the motion that I was withdrawing, but that's not what my understanding was.
Yes, what is your understanding, Commissioner Thompson?
That we were going to have the meeting and then we would move it on to the next meeting of this group. Does this group meet before that it was going to be on the 4th of November?
So we have options here. If we delay them, they would have to come back November 4th, which would mean that they would not go to full commission till whatever that last full commission is in November, because November 4th is restarting the whole month.
Mhm.
If we were to approve them today, 30 days from now, which would be the allotted time, which is what OCP has asked for, it would still technically be a month. It just wouldn't be on that November 4th. They would still go to full commission, and there's no guarantee you all would get approved at full commission anyway. And so that 30-day time period will allow more conversation. It will allow you all to meet. It will allow these developers to meet with the OCP neighborhood. In the event that we found out that there was something that we didn't like, we can pull it off consent. And we can say, you know what, we want to send this back, and sending it back would be that November 4th. But the 30 days to meet, really the difference is pretty much a business day, because November 1st is a Friday, and then the 2nd and the 3rd is a weekend, and then the 4th is when we meet again in November. So that would be my motion. Is that your current understanding? Because we need your vote.
That was not my understanding, but, and I am concerned about establishing a precedent that I don't like. We have never done that before. We need to have our questions answered before we vote to move it on. But give me the date. You're trying to get it on what meeting of the full commission?
So this would go on the last meeting of the month for October, which presently
The
is-
30th?
Yes. It would be changed to the 30th if we voted through on October 3rd. But originally it was going to be the 31st, that Halloween. We moved it back a day to accommodate that holiday.
Okay. If you amend the motion with the proviso that the meeting that I requested for has happened, then I could second that motion.
Okay, I'll go ahead and amend my motion. So move to approve with the condition that the developers will meet with the OCP neighborhood and will meet with Commissioner Townsend and staff and other commissioners as she sees fit. That is my motion. Prior to the October 30th date.
Right.
Is there a second?
I was,
There's a second. All right, clerk, call the roll.
Roll call, Hill.
Aye.
Townsend.
aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Congratulations. All right, you all can head home. All right, Mr. Knapp, we have, what, 2 more land bank applications? All
All
right,
right, so this takes us to our first duplex, B1. It's at 1007 North 33rd Street. This application is zoned correctly, and we did not receive any comment from staff.
y'all please
or
have
the
decorum as we continue the meeting, please. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Knapp.
The next one is C1. This is at 5320 State Avenue. The applicant wants to build a,
Hold on, Judd. If you all can take the conversations outside, we do want to get out of here at a decent time. Yes, no, yep, the hallway right there. Definitely. Yeah, this room, everybody's voice carries. So please, thank you. Okay, Mr. Knapp, continue.
all right, C1 is a is a mixed-use building. They want to have offices on the first floor, and they want to have 4 residential units above. This does meet the current zoning of C1. So that concludes items B1 and C1.
Okay, and let's do the property transfers.
Yeah, the property transfer is tied up with the Nehemiah project to, it's the one UG owned property in the mix there.
Okay. You all can see that as well. Okay. All right. So this is a property transfer. Would Empowerment will have to come back and apply for that specific land bank, or was that included in their application? What's that process like?
We haven't done that in the past. I mean, it's a UG owned lot now, so you're voting on to transfer it into the land bank and to include it with the Nehemiah project.
Okay, so it's all within one. We won't have to go through all of that. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, awesome. Okay, and it is a part of the option agreement as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure that address was listed. Okay. It's been a long night. Were there any, clerk, any comments for any of these items? B1, C1, PT1?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands are raised.
Anyone in the gallery like to speak on one of these 3 items? Okay, let the record show no one raised their hand. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, any questions, or is there a motion? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
I'm Bynum at large 1, 5320 State is a vacant lot, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. I would move approval of B, C, and property transfer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Clerk can get the roll.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Our last item is a public appearance from Ms. Karen Daniels. Thank you all so much for being patient with us. This item will be for comments that Ms. Daniels wants to present. Ms. Daniels, you will have 3 minutes for your public comment. Yes. Yep. No, just up there. Yep.
Can we still put our point up?
No, this is just for 3 minutes. Yeah. So it's just fairly brief.
We'll just be brief then. My name is Karen Daniels. Again, I'm the CEO of Boston Daniels Corporation, and our mission is to uplift the Northeast area of Kansas City, Kansas. We have a proposal that we'd like to present to you today. This is my partner, Sherry Cade with Gateway Regional Council. She is out of Atlanta, Georgia. She's a regional that works with in Kansas City, Atlanta, and in Chicago. And so you want to go ahead and go over?
Yes. So Karen and I have worked together with the community first on the Quindaro Peace and Arts District. And so that's what we're here talking to you about. We've already sent you a PowerPoint or a PDF about what Quindaro Peace and Arts District is about. This is an overarching request that we're making tonight. We're requesting for a designation of the Quindaro Peace and Arts District as a tax increment financing district. On behalf of the Quindaro Peace and Arts District, we would like to formally request the designation of QPAD as the tax increment financing district. We believe that the TIF designation is a crucial step in enabling the revitalization of Northeast Kansas City, Kansas, and advancing our mission to foster economic development, historical preservation, and sustainable residential and commercial growth. The TIF mechanism would allow us to effectively utilize incremental real estate and local sales tax revenues to fund essential redevelopment project costs such as land acquisition, site preparation, infrastructure improvements, and the development of public amenities. This financial tool is vital for implementing the transformative vision we have for the district, which includes revitalizing the area with new housing, commercial space, and cultural facilities, all designed to enhance the quality of life for current and future residents. So with that being said, it really is a support to what was just presented.
1 minute remaining.
In front of you. So that's why we're coming. Quindaro Peace and Arts District is an overarching initiative for the Northeast community. And our goal is to bring in information, resources, and things like that for this district. So that's why you hear us working with multiple projects here in the district.
Yeah, we've held several community engagement meetings, letting the community know about this district. The district would be within the Heritage Trail, which runs from Fairfax to the Quindaro Ruins to Washington Boulevard. Within that area, we would like that to be considered the Peace and Arts District. Establishing us as a district will help in grant writing. It'll help us bring more money, which is what's needed, into this area.
Your time has expired.
Right? Just
Thank
the
you.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Before you step away, I want to make sure that I'm understanding because I see from Ms. Cade an email with an attachment that came at 7:21 tonight, and another one that I think might be the same thing at 7:44. So I'm just trying to see them on my phone
Yeah.
and they won't open because they're too large. And I don't know if that means it's just too large for my phone or if I'll tell you what, I'll try to open it tomorrow from a
Right.
desktop.
It's really for your reference when you
Okay.
get to your desktop and you should be able to see it. But if you
Okay.
do have any problems, just email
Okay,
me.
I certainly will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you all for that request, and we will work with you all to see what options are available. With that, we have done the Lord's work tonight. And I do that, say that tongue in cheek. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, and I heard the, please do not vote no. And Commissioner Hill did second that motion. Clerk, can we get the roll to adjourn?
Roll call, Hill.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you all so much. Have a safe trip home.
You don't get old.